Good morning once again. Mwanza kutandika nokaguza waraba loho omwebembezi uono wa polipo kusa kuimuke omukono. Okay, tuna omuntu wena takura obata kubaza. I think mwana omuntu atakura rampura atabatwina. Yeah. Oraboroho tukusaba ejo ikale hanu ko obeno huweza kurungi umuntu waito no assign interpretation. So officially program tugitandikire mabara gange ninyo Brian Ochaki Kabalega nja kuba MC wanyu wa kyalero. Tugonza kubatangira once again mwebale kwija for this Q1 Kasuban Contract Area Supplier Development Workshop. Hali tujja kubaza bintu bikwatagana n'omutindo ogukwetagisa omu kitongole kya magita hamu n'Orwoya. So tutandika ngonza kubasaba twemere nuko tutandike the anthems, both the national and the Bunyoro anthem. Yes. Thereafter, tujakuba nesara, then tujakuba yonomunta ratu a safety moment our hotel hamna one of our staff. So, Penda team, please let's have the anthems. To the national anthem. So hati ngonza kutangira mkuru Edward ajatu hesara, you may take your seats. We commit this day in the hands of the Lord to guide our deliberations. Thank you.
As humble, Father, we want to thank you for this great day that you've made. A day that will not come again, a day that is full of blessings. We worship you. Father, I want to say thank you once again, and we commit this day. First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of UNOC and the entire Uganda. I also want to say thank you for every participant that has come to this place. I commit them before you, O King of Kings. The time that we are going to spend it here, Lord, let you be in presence. Take control of every step, every session that we are going in. I commit everyone, every person that is going to lead us in every program that is on our list. We commit them in before you, King of Kings. I call for your presence and your guidance. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edward. Because we are short of time, I want to invite someone from the hotel to come and give us a safety moment. If they are not there, let's have Lillian Nyakuni to come give us a safety brief. Lillian, are you there? As Lillian prepares to come, I will stand in on behalf of the hotel. Before we contracted the hotel, we took some due diligence measures to see whether the hotel can actually hold us. Please be rest assured that the hotel has an emergency ambulance in case you have a challenge health-wise. They are ready to transport you to the nearest health facility. The places of convenience or the washrooms or toilets or the loos are on this floor, the floor below. Every floor has washrooms. Just walk out, turn right in case you need to ease yourself. Lillian.
Abanyoro n'abanyoro kati nimbarumkia mu bitinisa byanyu. Amabara gange ninyo Lillian Nyakuni Aboki, enzara yo hano Hoima, bujwa ya hali haine kikali. Kialero nyizire kubaha safety moment. Kai ninyo Lillian Nyakuni, ninyowe akulira ebyobusubuzi. Rondi ninyo omuntu w'ebyobusubuzi Hakabale Industrial Park. Hali tugenda kuba ntumbeka Industrial Park is a petrochemical nuko tugoborwe mu mafuta gaitu hano aga Hoima. Hatikia lero on behalf ya UNOC ngenda kubaha safety moment. Ekintu ekikuru kitwina kubanza kwetegereza inti safety moment ni kyoki. Tukimanye nti buli kiro ebitongole bya mafuta abo biba ni bibayitirana bibaha safety moment. Kiri practice rundi kiri part yengeso zaitu nka ebitongole bya mafuta nti tutakatandikire meeting yona rundo rukurato twina kubanza kubaha safety moment. Safety moment ekira muno kwata habyokwerinda rundi abya medical rundi ekintu kyona ekikusobola kutuletera obutandwa nutukola emirimu yaitu baitu itwe nka abantu abaizire hano ha Supplier workshop kialero nkwenda kupointinga kintu ekiri increasing rundi something that is growing up rapidly in our children, so that as a parent boba no kora rundi in your day-to-day life you're very cautious about what your child is doing or the health status of your child. Now ebiro byahati rundi nowadays haizire obutandwa bw'amaani mu baana baitu na muno abaana ab'eminyeeto. Kandi itwe nk'ekitongole ky'amafuta tubijumirirwa muno na muno okozesa drugs ebyo ebijuma ebyo abaana bye bakozesaga biro bino abaana ne bagenda ha isomero mubarora muno ne bapakinga cookies rundi obubiskwiti obwo. Abandi abazaire ogwo omulimo gw'okushopingira abaana bakagutayisa balina osanga mu masomero ga Kampala ogwo n'amasomero ga hano Hoima hano osanga abaana ne balya cookies. Obucookies obwo tubuli just cookies. Obucookies obwo hariho obundi bwe bateekamu cocaine. Nosanga omwana alire cookie egyo mu dakiika 3-5 takusobola kulubata kurungi rundi nakora ekintu kyatandibaire nasobola kora ali mu normal state nekyakandi nosanga nti ijwezaaho nkaba ekiro first nkaba ngenzere aroho hotels rundi restaurants hali abantu bagenda kwesemezaamu maybe on 31st on 1st aho magenda ga orugire nka noruga ku side za Kinubi they are partying places nkasanga abaana myaka 15 13 16 bakunywa sigara bakunywa omwenge bakuzina bakutemba hameza abandi besomekere mu nsonda. And these are practices as parents we are allowing to progress. Now, what does this happen if, what leads to this or what can this result to? Nosanga nti itwe nkabazaire tulekulira abaana bakora ebintu bye bakwenda, and at the end of it all they are missing out on these opportunities. Recently a study was conducted and they were saying out of 10 students, girl children in school, those who are able to give birth, those who have started their menstruation period, because nowadays menstruation begins at about 8 years of age due to the change of hormonal and feeding habits. 4 out of those 10 children have actually had an abortion. And 4, those are the female children. And then 4 out of those 10 children, if they are boys, they have been able to father or to make a girl pregnant. And most of these things have been attributed to the way that parents have left their children to schools, parents have left their children to get solace in their friends, and have been guiding us to be cautious about the friends our children make, to be cautious of the places our children go to, and to be picky on our children. What is a child doing in their bedroom all the time without a social life outside their bedroom? Do you have time to talk to your children and maybe have them seek solace in you, or you leave your children to seek solace in their friends? And at the end of it all, take the drugs for solace. Most of these children, when they're asked bakabahabuza kiki ekyabalesere okwihamu endeezo, abayingi bakagamba abazaire baabwe bakusobola kututeera, bakusobola kutubinga omuka, and many of them have aborted. Many children have been reported to have passed on because of the abortion. So basically, for the safety of our children and for the future generation, tubaintusaba abazaire babe muno mu kukuza kw'abaana baabo, balolere abaana baabo, batolereze abanywani b'abaana baabo balina engeso ki, baruga mu maka ki. Basically, that is a safety moment for today. It's just an area of precaution, and we thank you for coming for our Supplier workshop today. Thank you so much.
Wale mnaboki kututerera n'okutwijukya ngu kuba banywani ba abaana baitu kikuru muno, kandi n'okutaha amateeka agabarahondera nakyo kikuru muno, so that we can avoid the issues that she has been speaking about. The hotel staff is finally here to come and tell us about their safety measures. Sir, please, in 1 or 2 minutes.
Good morning to you all. My name is Julius Semeje, the manager of this hotel. You are all most welcome to Hoima Resort Hotel. My predecessor here was kind of better off. My Lunyoro is still work in progress, so you'll allow me to just use English only. In case of a problem, our exit from this room, we have the stairs here, And on the other side, we have a ram. So in case of a problem, we can either use this or the other route. And our washrooms, we can access it through this door. This is just somewhere behind there, not very far. I think those are basically the areas I needed to cover with you. Once again, you are most welcome. We thank the organizers for choosing to work with us at Hoima Resort Hotel. We'll do our best to meet your expectations in terms of services. Thank you so much for coming. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We shall now transition into the formal speeches. It is now my singular honor to invite the head of national content at the Uganda National Oil Company to come and give his opening remarks. Peter, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Kenneth Bintu, and I'm privileged to work with the Uganda National Oil Company as the head of national content. This morning, I represent our CEO, who sends you greetings. She would have loved to be here. She's supposed to be here, but something came up last evening, and she requested that we go on, but she sends her highest regards. I'd like to recognize the representative of the LC5 chairman, the representative of the resident district commissioner, all the leaders from Hoima, Bulisa, Masindi, Chikube, and other districts that are represented here, representatives from the Bunyoro Chitara Kingdom, representatives from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, representation from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our regulators, representatives from our joint venture partners, Total and CNOC, and ECOP, and then representatives from the different financial institutions that we work with, Stanbic Bank, Housing Finance Bank, Equity, and the Stanbic Business Incubator, all suppliers represented today, members of the media fraternity that are here, and all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have honored our invite. I'd like to welcome you all. Good morning. So today's supplier development workshop is really organized to try and share with you and empower you with knowledge of the different oil and gas standards and requirements that you need to be able to participate in the oil and gas sector. So this is a very timely event, and one that we hope will give you enormous value at the end of today. Because we want to see as many people participating in the oil and gas sector, and especially from the project host communities where we are doing these projects. So as I speak to you, before I speak to you about the importance of the standards and the different requirements, I'd like you to, first of all, allow me to talk about UNOC, where we come from, what we've been able to achieve, and why we are very passionate about the community in which we work. So UNOC as a company, we were established to hold government's commercial interests in the oil and gas sector. And as we execute this mandate, we try to ensure that we drive sustainable growth in the oil and gas sector through building strategic partnerships and also championing national participation. So one of our core, at the center of everything that we do as the Uganda National Oil Company, is trying to promote Ugandans' participation in the sector. And all these different efforts that we do are geared around trying to maximize the participation of Ugandans and value retention in the country. So our work as a company spans the entire oil and gas value chain, And I'll give you highlights of some of the things that we are doing at the National Oil Company, and my colleagues in the later presentation will come and give you a detailed breakdown of the different projects that are happening and how you can be able to position yourselves to participate. So in the upstream, we hold a 15% carried interest in the two main projects, which is the Tilenga project and the Kingfisher projects that are run by Total and CNOOC respectively. So in those projects, we of course participate through reviewing different work permits, different work programs to ensure that Ugandans are represented. But also within the upstream, we run an exploration block called the Kasurubani block, where we're trying to explore and identify opportunities for more crude oil reserves. In the midstream, through our subsidiary company, the National Pipeline Company, we hold a 15% shareholding in the East African crude oil pipeline, which is a 1,445 kilometer long pipeline, which will be transporting our crude oil from here all the way to Tanzania at the port, where we can be able to sell it to the international market to earn revenue for Uganda. But furthermore, we want to also, not just to sell crude oil, we want to be able to refine and generate additional revenue through refining. So we are in the process of negotiating and finalizing negotiations to construct a 60,000 barrel per day refinery, which will be in the Kabalega Industrial Park. And those negotiations at the tail end, and we are hopeful that very soon we'll be able to make announcements on the progress that we have been making. Then in the downstream, we are engaged in fuel importation as well as bulk trading. So in this, as we do this, we also manage the Ginger Storage Terminal, which is a 30 million capacity storage terminal. This helps us to have existing stock within the country to secure us in case there are any challenges on the importation of fuel. But we are also in the process of constructing a 320 million liter capacity Kampala storage terminal in Mpigi, which will enable us to have a lot more reserves as a country. So these are some of the projects that we are taking ahead as UNOC, and there's of course opportunities for you to participate across all these different projects. But why is it important for you to meet the different standards and the different requirements of the oil and gas sector? Now, when I talk about today's theme, we recently conducted an assessment of the community to see how much we are participating in the sector and what are some of those core reasons why not many Ugandan companies are participating. Because when you look at the global picture, community content in terms of value earned by companies in the community is very little. We might be at less than 1% of the overall amount of money that has been invested in the sector. One of the biggest challenges that is limiting community participation was a failure to meet the required standards. Now, we also noted that a number of companies from the community have the relevant experience. You can be able to do the work. However, majority of these opportunities have not been tapped in because of certain limitations. And today, as we go through this session, we have invited two companies that are going to share their experiences and how they've been able to participate in the sector. So I'd like to encourage us that as we listen to these companies, that we pick lessons and identify what we could be able to do differently as we participate in the oil and gas sector. Now, one of the key things is to be able to participate and win contracts in the sector. it usually comes down to how prepared are you and how you present yourself to be able to be considered. So as we listen, I'd like to encourage you to pay attention to the specifics of how can we tap into these opportunities. Now, furthermore, we've realized that the oil and gas sector doesn't stand alone. There are a number of linkages to other sectors of the economy that are critical for the oil and gas sector to thrive. And as UNOC, we've made efforts to see that we support those business linkages. So over the last year, we have participated in the development of the agriculture sector. And this, we worked with the kingdom. We identified at least 40 farmers who are doing well and doing commercial farming across the districts where we do business. Then we did training and facilitated capacity building of these 40 farmers to see that they learn and then pass on that knowledge and expertise to other farmers in their communities. Now, we registered some good results from the farmers, and the top 5 farmers, we went on to buy for them commercial irrigation systems to enable them to do work all year round. So we've seen an improvement in their yields. They've been able to increase their productivity. And this is something that we want to scale so that we see more people taking up these opportunities. Because now from those opportunities, you can be able to scale and grow your business and also participate more in supplying the oil and gas sector. Furthermore, we are very committed. As we build capacity of enterprises and skilling Ugandans across the sector, we are also very deliberate on ensuring that we promote the future. Because a number of us won't be here 50 years from now. So as UNOC, we are also investing in our future, which is sponsoring schools to have the relevant teaching guides, have the relevant textbooks. So we are going to do a campaign where we are going to go into the communities. We've identified 22 schools, primary and secondary schools across the 4 main districts where we have projects: Chikube, Bulisa, Hoima, Masindi, and Nwoya, where we are going to go and support these different schools by giving them access to textbooks to enable them to improve the quality of learning for our children so that they adequately prepare them for the future. Then we will go ahead to also do mentoring and career guidance so that we can be able to advise the students on some of the available career paths so that they are well prepared for the future, not just in oil and gas, but beyond, because we know that supporting the future helps to ensure that we have sustainability. Now, as we go forward, we are cognizant of the fact that as we do business and prepare ourselves to do business, very many times we've had requests where people are saying, but you see, for us from the community, if you could reduce the standards for us so that we can participate. But one of the things I want to encourage you is standards for oil and gas are not negotiable. When we say we want, for example, staff to work in safe environments, that's a non-negotiable because everyone needs to work in a safe environment. So what I encourage you is, as we go through the different presentations and you get to appreciate the standards that you need to meet, strive as a business, enhance your capacity so that you can meet those standards. Because if you can be able to supply the oil and gas sector, you can be able to tap into opportunities beyond oil and gas, beyond Uganda. You can be able to supply anywhere. Now, with the upcoming infrastructure, we have a second international airport that is going to be in the Kavalega industrial area. That airport is going to enable you, if you are ready, to be able to supply the international market. So these are opportunities. As you listen, identify areas where you can be able to participate as an individual, as a company, so that you tap into these opportunities. We've taken a long time talking about oil and gas and upcoming opportunities, but now we're in a phase where the opportunities are here. Now it's a matter of how do we tap into these opportunities so that we can be able to maximize our benefit as people from the communities and as Ugandans. So as I close my speech, I'd like to request that now that you're here, we have a number of experts in the room. Utilize this opportunity to ask all the questions that you want answered. If you have any question, anything that has for a long time hindered you from participating in the sector, I believe in this room, we have everyone who can answer that question. We would like to also request you to give us feedback on the things that we need to do better. If there are opportunities for us to enhance our value to the community and to make the sector a better place, we also welcome that feedback. But most importantly, I encourage you to listen, pick knowledge, but don't leave that knowledge here. Action it. Because one of the things that we pride ourselves in is when we see Ugandan companies and businesses, especially from the communities in which we work, participating in the sector, earning money from the sector, and ensuring that there's value for the communities. With those few remarks, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you for coming, and I officially open this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter, for ably representing the CEO. Omukuru Peter tugambira obukuru bw'omutindo katugambire ng'omutindo tebajja gugara hansi hawaitu waitu kiri hali twekola ng'omutindo gw'ebintu bitukora n'ebintu bitukulima ebintu bitukutunda gwe mukizibwe nungo tusobole kuba nitugoborwa omagita anda tugambire ngo omutindo gwe ebintu bitukuguza abantu bamagita hamu n'orwoya ngo gukira kuba haiguru so obutugwimusa tujja kuba nitusobora kutunda ebintu byaitu hono mu nsi yonna yatugambira ngo na airport omulinga ezire Kabale tukusaba kukozesa omugisa ogwo kuba nitutunda ebintu byaitu aheru y'eihanga na muno muno ebirime ebitulima hano omu Bunyoro. I want to recognize the presence of the RDC, Mr. Mira Bernard. You're highly welcome, sir. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the chairman of the Bunyoro Business Club, Mr. Fred Musinguzi. You're highly welcome. And also one of our esteemed company partners that is going to be speaking to you today, Mr. John Vianney. You're highly welcome. Now, I'd like to usher you into some other speeches, even as we prepare to hear from some of the political representatives here today. I am going to ask, I'm not sure if the presentation of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is up and ready, but if it is, I'm going to request the representative of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to come and give their presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good, that's more energetic since all of us had breakfast. It's good to see you all. You all look very lovely. My name is Esther Nakawombe. I serve as a National Content Officer at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I bring greetings from the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who was not able to make it due to similarly important engagements, but he sends his apologies and I'm here to represent him. You'll allow me to present in English because I'm not so familiar with local language here, but I'll do my best to ensure that we all understand the gist of the presentation. Thank you. I've seen that the presentation is ready. Today I'm here to talk about the importance of adhering to oil and gas, to standards in the oil and gas sector. As the head of national content in UNOC has mentioned, that works are already ongoing, but the level of community or supplier engagement in the community is still quite low, and that's because maybe most of us are not adhering to the standards in the sector. So this morning I just want to give you an update on the different projects and then really just shed some light on what are those requirements or what are those standards that we need to look out for, and also why it's important that you have to adhere to these standards. So this is just my presentation outline. We have the introduction, the legal framework. I'll give an overview, give the current status of the sector, the standards that we have to adhere to, and the importance of adhering to these standards. And if you have any questions, you can ask and we'll be able to answer them. So this is just an overview of the key players that we have in the oil and gas sector and the supporting legal framework. We have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development that's in charge of policy formulation and licensing for the petroleum activities. And then we have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, where I serve, and our mandate is to monitor and regulate the activities in the oil and gas sector. And we have the Uganda National Oil Company, which is the commercial arm of government in the oil and gas sector. It's responsible for the government's commercial interests in the petroleum sector. So we have the different policies. We have the National Oil and Gas Policy that was developed in 2008. It's the key documenting sector. It guides the whole sector, the National Oil and Gas Policy. We have the different laws. We have the Upstream Act of 2013, and we also have the Midstream Act of 2013. We also have the Public Finance Act of 2015, and then we have other relevant statutes and guidelines on different aspects in the oil and gas sector. For example, environment, wildlife, national content, income tax, and other things. In terms of regulations, we have the new petroleum regulations of 2016 that address different stages of the oil and gas value chain, like exploration, development, production, health, safety and environment, national content, and among others. And then we have the host government agreement, or initial 2020, and this really is to do with East African crude oil pipeline. This document guides how the different governments, Uganda and Tanzania, are supposed to relate in the ECOP. So just to give us a brief overview of what the Petroleum Authority, I've already told you that its mandate is to monitor and regulate the activities of the oil and gas sector. And it's a statutory body that was established under Section 9 of the Petroleum Act, of the Upstream Petroleum Act, and in line with the National Oil and Gas Policy that I'd already told you about. Our vision is to be a leading petroleum agency, and our mission statement is, as I've already told you, is to regulate and monitor the petroleum sector so that we can create a lasting value in the sector and contribute to Uganda being a sound investment decision. So currently, this is just an overview of the projects. We have the different licenses that we have. So far we have 5. We have UNOC, Uganda Limited. We have Total Energies. We have Ama Energy, Oranto, UNOC, that's our host today. And we have DGR Global. In terms of licensing and the different oil discoveries, at the moment we have 21 oil and gas discoveries. And in terms of drilling, we are at an 88% drilling success rate. We're expected to have 6 billion barrels of oil in place. And we have 9 production licenses. And at the moment, we have 5 exploration licenses. We'll go deeper later. But that's just a map to show you the status of licensing in the Albertine Graben of Uganda. Just a continuation, just to show you, as I said, we have the upstream arm, and we also have the midstream. So just to show you the different areas we have in the upstream, in terms of exploration and appraisal, we have UNOC that is exploring the Kasurban area. We have Oranto, DGR, and Ama Energy. They are still in the exploration stage. And then in development and production, we have UNOC, Total Energies, and also we have UNOC in that area. In terms of midstream, that is transportation, refining, and gas processing, we have Total Energies, UNOC, UNOC, that are shareholders in the East African crude oil pipeline. And then in terms of refining and gas processing, we have UNOC. In terms of the licenses that are under the licenses that are under exploration, we have the Kanyataba area that is being undertaken by Ama Energy, Ngasa Deep Play, Oranto Energy, and also Ngasa Shallow Play, Oranto Energy. The Kasurban area is to UNOC, and Turako is to DGR Global. And we have other work programs that are progressing. We have to reprocess some existing seismic data. We have to acquire new seismic data and geological and geophysical studies. And we're also exploring, we are in the process of exploring other basins, and we are in the process of also acquiring data for those new basins. For unlicensed areas in the Albertine Graben, there's also the Kadam Moroto area, and also around Lake Choga and Hoima basins. In the development stage, as already mentioned, we have quite a number of investments that have been done as we try to achieve first oil. So in the upstream, we have where we were constructing the central processing facility, the pipelines, the access roads and camps. So far we have an investment of 8 billion. And we also have the Uganda refinery project, which is still in the pipeline. And it's expected that we'll have at least 60,000 barrels per day for refining. But also there are different pipelines that feed into that project. And the investment is expected to be 3 to 4 billion USD. When it comes to the ECOP, our expectation is that we'll have an investment of 3.5 billion USD. And we'll need support infrastructure. All support infrastructure has been put in place, and the investment so far in that support infrastructure in terms of the airport, the industrial park, the roads that are here, we've had an investment of about 1 billion shillings. And in this, there is great opportunity for national content development. So that's why we are here to just ensure that the community is able to gain from all this investment. So national content, what is it? For the benefit of those that don't know what national content is, it's value addition to Ugandan goods and services. And we do this through monitoring employment in Uganda and also ensuring that locally produced and available goods and services are consumed by these different licensees and their contractors. We also do this through capacity building, where different enterprises and human capital is trained to ensure that we meet the standards of the oil and gas sector. And there's also technology transfer and knowledge transfer from different companies, from non-Ugandan companies that have experience in the oil and gas sector to our Ugandan companies who have limited experience in the oil and gas sector. I've explained these pillars in terms of utilization of Ugandan goods and services, employment of Ugandans, skills development, and enterprise development and technology transfer. So far, in terms of contribution for the different investments that have been done, we've had employment of over 14,000 people being employed in the oil and gas sector, and over 90% of those are Ugandans. However, as you can see, the number of people that are employed from the community is still low, which is about 5,000. So we need to improve this number. In terms of contracting, we have over 1.8 billion contracts that have gone to Ugandan companies. And in terms of capacity building, we have over 14,000 Ugandans that have been trained in various oil and gas disciplines. HSC, which is health and safety, heavy goods driving, scaffolding, among others. Then enterprise development, we've had over 2,000 companies that have been developed, whose capacity has been developed and engaged in different forums and supplier development workshops like this one that you're attending. It's part of the capacity development initiatives in the oil and gas sector. Then in terms of technology transfer, we've had over 35 joint ventures that have been approved, but also different software has been provided by different contractors to Ugandan universities to ensure that these universities have good software in terms of to use in the oil and gas sector. So the national content upstream regulations gazetted around 16 goods and services to be provided by only and only Ugandan companies. And this is where I encourage us to pay attention as companies from the community, because this is where we can be able to gain from the oil and gas sector. So we have transportation, security, food and beverages, hotel accommodation and catering, human resource management, office supplies, fuel supply, clearing and forwarding, crane hire, locally available construction materials, for example, sand, gravel, cement. As long as the construction material is locally available, we don't expect it to be imported by these oil companies. Crane hire, civil works, supply of available drilling and production materials, environment studies and impact studies, communication and information technology services. So all these 16 are for only Ugandan companies. So that's why it's important for us to get to know what are the standards that are required in the oil and gas sector, and then how best can I be able to take part in these activities. Just to give us a an overview of some contractors in the oil and gas sector who are Ugandan and who have participated. When you look at this list, one that shows some companies, we have Hoima Resort Hotel, where we are today. They are gaining from the oil and gas sector. We have Chijungu Hill Hotel. I'm sure most of us know it. We also have Biso FM, that is also here in Hoima. So you can see that companies are already gaining, Ugandan companies are already gaining from the activities of the oil and gas sector. So I'm just going to show us the requirements for suppliers to adhere to in the oil and gas sector so that you're able to do a self-reflection and see how you can improve. Number one is registration on the oil and on the National Supplier Database. By show of hands, how many of us are registered on the National Supplier Database? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of how many of us are in the room? I think we are over 100. So you can see the need that without being registered on this National Supplier Database, you're not able to supply goods and services in the oil and gas sector. So I advise all of us, if you're really, really interested in supplying goods and services in the oil and gas sector, please make sure that you get registered on the National Supplier Database. For those that have internet, you can go to nsd.pau.go.ug and you just follow the prompts. If you fail, we have the website of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. There are different numbers that you can call and you will be supported accordingly in that regard. But please don't leave without getting more information on how you can register on the National Supplier Database. I'll be here to support in case you need that support, because it's very important. Next is to also observe sector-specific standards that govern the different sectors that you're working in. For example, if you're in logistics and you want to get work in the oil and gas sector, one of the standards or requirements is that the vehicle that you want to use should not be older than 5 years from the date of manufacture. So you have to do your research and know, okay, if Total has put out a call for tender for provision of logistic services, what is it that they need so that you're able to provide for them? Another area that I know most of us may be interested in is in terms of agricultural produce. We know that certain products in the oil and gas sector require certain standards. For example, the meat that you provide, it should be refrigerated. It should be in a refrigerated truck. For example, if you're delivering beef, it should be beef alone. You can't bring beef in the same truck as chicken. Just to observe those standards of handling of the different produce that you get. And the vegetables, which includes like tomatoes, cabbages. In the oil and gas sector, there could be a requirement that they should not be sprayed with the different pesticides. So you need to do your research and understand what are the requirements for my potential client. And then when it comes to construction, I know some of us are in construction. In the oil and gas sector, the aspect of health, safety, and environment is very key. So you should ensure that all your workers have protective equipment, PPE. Engineers are trained, that they have the right certification, the relevant certification. The technical staff, do they have the requirements? For example, for accountants, it could be CPA, SCCA. You need to ensure that you have those requirements. You have to pay attention to the different standards within your area of provision of goods and services. And when you get these contracts, you have to give priority to Ugandan goods and services, those that are within the area of Uganda. You also have to hold quarterly supply engagements. You also have to employ and train Ugandans. And in case you plan to employ an expatriate, you have to ensure that they have a work permit recommendation from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And then this is just to encourage us. There are some times when there's a call for tender that has been put out, and maybe you're not able to achieve the requirements as one person, but when you form a joint venture with a fellow company, you're able to achieve. So I encourage us to form joint ventures within us, but if you're going to form a joint venture with a foreign company, then it will need to be approved by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and you should have a participating stake of at least 51%, and you should be active in the joint venture. You shouldn't just be not participating. We've seen some cases of Ugandans who form joint ventures with non-Ugandan companies, and instead of being active, instead of being active and getting to learn so that their capacity is built, they are just there to get the money and come out. Yet, it's very good for us to build a capacity. In the event that the foreign companies go, we are well and able to take on the work that they are doing. So, where are we encouraging you to adhere to these standards and requirements so that you can win contracts in the oil and gas sector? One of the benefits is that there will be visibility for your company. When you register on the National Supplier Database, and the different licenses and contractors, let's say Total, UNOC, CNOC, ECOP, in the event that they are looking for people to do, let's say, construction, they go to that National Supplier Database and look out for people that are doing construction. Now, if you're not registered, how would they know that you're able to do these services? Another benefit is that you have enhanced trust and integrity from the different potential clients. If they see that you're registered on the National Supplier Database, they will not hesitate to give you their business, because before somebody is registered on the National Supplier Database, there are certain requirements. That means that person is compliant with NSSF, they are compliant with URA, they are compliant with URSB, and the different bodies. So there is trust that this person is going to do this work. If we are doing a bid evaluation and I have two companies, one that is on the NSD and one that is not, I'm definitely going to pick the one that is on the National Supplier Database. And also, this National Supplier Database is not used by only companies in the oil and gas sector, but also other companies in other sectors, other potential clients in other sectors are able to use it to get potential suppliers. Thirdly, you'll be able to bid for work beyond the oil and gas sector, because standards in the oil and gas sector are quite high and stringent. So if you're able to meet those standards in the oil and gas sector, meaning it will be very easy for you to bid for work within the oil and gas sector in Uganda, but also beyond Uganda, at regional level, at international level. We've seen different Nigerian companies being able to come and work in Uganda. That's because they have been able to meet the standards within the oil and gas sector. So just to encourage us that when you're able to meet these standards, you get the ability to bid for even bigger jobs and better jobs. Complying also with standards in the oil and gas sector helps you to comply with national and international laws and regulations. And it also helps you to scale and grow your business, because you get access to bigger and more profitable markets. And in the same breath, you also get to gain from different technologies that are being used by international companies. You learn from them so that you're able to use this technology to make your work better, so that you're more productive. And lastly but not least, when you adhere to these standards and best practices, you're contributing to Uganda's economic development through hiring different people. You pay your taxes, you gain from it's not just complying, you're contributing to our nation's development and moving forward. Thank you for listening to me. In case you have any questions, I'm available to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you for reminding us and indeed re-emphasizing the importance of standards in the oil and gas sector and why the community suppliers should adhere to them. Questions will be taken much later. Yeah. Thank you. Oburabene kaguzo tujja kuba n'obwire obuturatwara ebikaguzo kandi abakuru bano bajja kuba ne bagarukamu. Omukuru orundi omunyorokati atwijukize ngu omutindo omagita gukuru muno atuhaire kyokurorwaho yatugamba enyama for example tuina nyingi hano mubunyoro baitu itwena tumanyire mulingo turubase enyama zaitu ukagitema mbucha gito mukadeya teka bajaji nga omwana wa boda twalire nyama enu mwananga omugitongole kyamagita hamu n'orwoya enyama ege tubakusagikozesa tugambire enyama hakire nakuba nerubatira mu fridge. So tugonza kusima Esther again. Thank you for that wonderful to recognize our Chief Operating Officer, Miss Samantha Muhwezi, who's in the house. You're highly welcome. Please clap for her. Clap for her. I also want to recognize the presence of the cow from Bulisa, Mr. Samuel Magambo. You're highly welcome. I also recognize the presence of the representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ms. Joan Nyesiga. You're also highly welcome. So, akaireka nungonza kutangira RDC waitu wa Hoima. Aijabe hubugambo butito wakutugamba, and then we can continue with the program. Mr. Bernard Michael, you're highly welcome.
Thank you very much. I think let me observe the protocol the way you had laid it. Abantu beitu ba Hoima ne bichweke biherereho mulire muta. You know, English is disturbing us a lot. These people have been presenting in English, and I know I can see some of our people. Hey, I can hear they are clapping, I know. So, urujungu, ruwabajungu. So we shall mix to mixing. Hati, this meeting, area quarter one, ni chweke chokubanza echomwaka, isn't it? Quarter one, suppliers development workshop. Everybody quid. Hati abwachi babesire betu mbere nte yanjuira mbere sore bakunyeta Michael Muramira cyakashara bengi mumanyire kandi mbangabo ya President Hoima district. National supplier database is confusing so many people. Chiko batali baniza tinukwe genda ha internet, genda, compliance, bintu bikutalibaniza muno, especially for the local suppliers. I want to urge UNOC, maybe, because you can see when they asked questions, that how many are on the supplier database, how many raised their hands? About 5. Reason abantu bakubimanya, they don't know. So I want to urge UNOC, if you can have, I know you have an office here, but these people are engaged in other, issues. They are not the liaisons for these people. To maybe try to, in case these people fail, they should go there. Somebody has a computer and internet, abayambe to register on the supplier database. So that the person who grows tomatoes, oli akwinga nyanya kuri kiryabutuzi, akuzihinga mbwingi, akusobora kujwara butisize, neija hali office ya UNOC nibamutekaho ha database. Tinduko, it is much better. I know you have staff, but the staff is not doing that. If you don't have space, we have space at the district. We actually have that office which brings together all government departments. I do not know why you maybe don't have a table there. And most people have tables there. I mean, people no longer go for permits in Kampala. They come to Kasingo. People no longer do their, these ones who do these different documents. Abasomesa who used to go to Kampala, they now come to Hoima, to our office, which brings together all government departments. So if you have a table there, particularly for somebody who helps our local people here to register on the supplier database, it would be better. I want to request you kindly do that for us. Then Nechindi is to have radio programs. Radio programs. This workshop is not enough. Tekumara. Workshop and Tekumara. If we can have radio programs in our language. I heard somebody talking about Biso. Biso is listened to by the people in Congo. Yes. Biso is the other radio in Blisa. I know it. Nobody here listens to Biso. This other side. So the people who listen to Biso abantu barani kunihira mukunjura. Tunuko. So imumukuriza Biso. Maybe Mr. Cow from Blisa. This is not to offend you, but radios are by choice, but in Hoima, the waves don't come. The waves don't come, it stops there. And so if you can even distribute them, have a radio here, have a radio the other side, so that our people can listen to those programs. And then you have somebody to explain these things you have been explaining here. This lady from PAU. We need somebody to at least be reminding our people. You know, if you don't remind the people, they will forget. But if you have a program like twice a month, if you don't have the budget, you come, we give you one. We have some radio programs which we can give you. And those are government programs, or radio programs. We can give you so that musoborera bantu, so they can understand. If you come on Monday, even the city here, they have radio programs. We have those radio programs we can give you to help our people understand. UNOC, babagambire niyo ekhandolinga ekwataganiza ebyobusubuzi omukodo gw'ebyobusubuzi tinuko ebihanga, especially in the oil and gas sector. Kandi bakwenda imwe musupplyinge mubere suppliers. I have seen 16 categories which have been laid down here. And I want to say, without a doubt, that we may not be having people in those categories. They may not be having, we may not be having them. In the police, I don't know whether they are there. I was seeing people, in most of these meetings we go to, people complain. Why are we not, why are we not supplying? Why are we not supplying? It's because of these measures which are very stringent. And once they are simplified, I'm very sure we have people here who can make groups. I know individuals may not supply, but groups form an organization, register it, put on the national supplier database, then they can supply. So I can see we still have a lot of work to do to our people. I have been getting so many people who come to office to ask why they don't supply. It's good you are here. You are now going to tell them that they have those shortfalls which they must meet, but meeting them, we must enable them. I also have my personal views. They are not my personal views, but they are views of the people as well. You know, when it comes to supplying especially food, which we have here, ebyokulya tubina nibayinga haba supplying ebyokulya mu oil and gas. Let's be honest. Omuntu womu akusupplying food ebyokulya, enyanya, cabbage, ebihimba, enyama. Did you invite the wrong people? Tell me no more supplying ebyokulya. Hey. But what we are saying is this project started some time back. By now, we should be having at least 1 or 2 but supplying ebyokulya. And maybe after, when we are coming for Q2, if there is going to be Q2 meeting, maybe to Jakubana some people who supply food. But the complaints that I must bring to you, especially UNOC, are that some subcontractors are supplying to themselves. But we're supplying at Nukwo. I know those questions are going to come up. Some subcontractors, not ECOP, not, I think there was some, there is a time, some time back, I think, when the leadership had to start in a crisis meeting over those allegations of some suppliers, some subcontractors of these projects supplying to themselves. And it's not good if you are a subcontractor, you have been given a job, then instead of giving to a local person, you are supplying to yourself. We are trying to find out. Yes, we have some information which we should be sharing to UNOC and the PAO. We don't want to, you see, this is something that is going to, this project of oil is starting our economy. So we don't want it to be like other places you have had. People must enjoy, people must have a right to supply because they have the food. So if somebody comes and creates a company and supplies to themselves, I know those questions are going to come very many, so I have preempted. It is not good. We must tackle it and make sure that vice is curtailed. Otherwise, abantu baitu bana mukurora. They have the capacity, they can supply once they are enabled to be on the supplier database. Ati imwe, oborabo tali hananka hari internet, nikuba kujeta, supplier database, tokuja kusobora kora ki? And maybe even nabo abatakumanya kurungi rujungu, next time barakweta, ijana mtabani wao, nduwara kuvunuraga. We shall ask these people to allow that person to because at the amount of they will come here, eat breakfast, lunch, and go, but then so bano beze kutukinguraho amaiso. They have come to open our eyes that we need to be on the database. Hatari kugenda Kampala bakagura byokulya bakabireta hano bakabipakinga bakabitwara bakabisupplying as it used to be the case, but that one now stopped. I think Mr. Kao, you can bear me witness. That one used to happen, but nowadays it's not happening. So progressively we are moving. So categories muziro zile zili 16. If you think you can supply alone, no problem. But umurakora group, it is much better. Because one person also managing. But if you are in a group, you want to cover 10, ono nareta kino, and then you supply, ono nareta cabbage, ono nareta enyanya, ono nareta. So one group can supply varieties to these companies. Nkubasaba murize kurungi. I know you are bitter. I have been sharing with some of them. They are very bitter. When the floor is opened, you will see. But these questions bagenda kubigarukamu hano. Bagenda kubigarukamu. Bakwenda mugarukeyo muri satisfied. Nuko kwiguta satisfied with the information. So nkubasaba turirize kurungi bait oiro yeitu oiro yachi yeitu. So we should take advantage. I know there are many areas where people have been complaining our children are not considered in jobs. Yes, but we have also been telling them they don't have skills. But there are those who have now gained the skills. Yes, there are those who have, there are those who have gained, but previously people did not have. Now, those who have gained the skills, these companies are here, and the others, I think there will be efforts to try and have them on board. Because you see, jobs are limited. There are not so many. There are not so many, but at least if we can reduce on the complaints, also depending on the availability of those jobs for the people with the skills, I think we shall be good to go. So we embrace this and make sure where you don't understand, as I have asked these people, they may help us, but tell the whole office, somebody officer, not necessarily officer, somebody responsible to answer some of these questions that keep coming. Because I can tell you, UNOC and Pau, we find ourselves answering questions which we even don't know. Sometimes somebody comes to ask me a question, I don't have an answer, and they expect me to know. Yes, they expect me to know. So I would also ask that maybe you orient us, the leaders. Yes, we are many because starting from Bulisa, Hoima district, Hoima city where we are, Chikube here, Kakumiro, and all the leaders that are involved in, especially where the pipeline passes. At least for me, I have some knowledge. I can answer a few questions. There are those who may not know. So I would request that maybe you get some time, take us through, give us the information so that we are able to answer on your behalf. Sometimes it's very wrong to answer a question and you give a wrong answer. I would rather keep quiet. So sometimes when I don't know, I keep quiet. Why they don't give jobs, I keep quiet. I have tried to maneuver around to answer, but if we had the data and the information, we would really do this for you because we are partners. So with those very many remarks, I want to thank you and wish you good deliberations. Mukaguze bikaguzo. I don't want to see anybody coming to me again. Mubikaguze, then they will have enough time to answer you. Muja kubakaguza. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mramira, RDC, for those very wonderful remarks. RDC yatugambire ngu balina centralized office kandi yatusaba ngu tukoragane hamu nabo to ensure that services zikuhika abantu. Tugambire tugende ha radio, tugambire abantu opportunities. Mr. RDC, I want to say that on UNOC's part, we engage very often on the radio. Abantu ntibagambira ebigendo maiso mbitongere bya magita hamuno Roya kandi tubagambira na opportunities ziroho obalize ha Viso radio, that is one of the beneficiaries. Obviously we cannot say it should not be a beneficiary because it is in Bulisa, but of course na Spice FM is also a beneficiary. Only yesterday myself and a colleague were on Spice FM, the other day to cover Radio 7. So we are engaging all radio stations as much as possible. Kandi abatere irengu bojo mkusa kuba olo mutakusobora gendo group nuko musobore ku supplyinga raising the issue about subcontractors supplying themselves. I think I've heard of only one time, CPP I believe, but that was handled by the PAU. On the other hand, if a subcontractor has got a contract to buy food, I know they all buy from the market. So it's likely the problem might not come to you because this is an induced service. They might not come to your farm, but overall tunzire bintu byawe wabiguza omukatale subcontractor yagenda omukatale esente za magita naye zikuikiro okuwa akatale izire yakuguraho wa magita yaje yagura omukatale. So as much as possible, all subcontractors have been encouraged to buy locally, and I'm happy to hear Mr. RDC has reported that the issue of kulete byokulya kuruga Kampala ekyo kikarugaho ebyokulya bakubigura hano Hoima, bakubigura Masindi, bakubigura Bulisa. RDC agambire they need more orientation. I know that our corporate affairs team has engaged the leadership, but we shall still take back the message so that they can reorient you, the leaders, so you can support in preaching of the good gospel of the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. I also want to recognize at this juncture representatives from the National Vital Assets and Strategic Installations for the Albertine region. We have here with us Major Christopher Twinamasiko and Lieutenant Robert Magezi. You're highly welcome. Now I want to invite Mr. Ronald Kagwa from the Uganda National Oil Company to come and talk to us about the Uganda National Oil Company's projects. So he can debrief you on what UNOC is doing and which projects we are involved in. Mr. Kagwa, you're highly welcome.
Thank you, MC, and my colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ronald Kagwa is my name. I'm acting exploration manager from the upstream department, Uganda National Oil Company. Nkasomera Bunyoro, Omsazari Omkama Buganga is St. Edwards. Well, I'm delighted to take you through the UNOC projects updates today. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the National Content Development Workshop Q1 2025. My presentation outline, I'll take you through briefly on the sector governance. Please, if you could play the next slide. On sector governance, then UNOC at a glance, that will be high level, but also dig a bit deep into the oil and gas projects updates of the Albertine region and the other projects outside the Albertine. Then specifically, I'll dig a little deep into the Kasruban contract area that is the exploration license that we hold as the Uganda National Company. And lastly, I will conclude. Next slide. In terms of governance, we have 3 key agencies, government agencies that are responsible to oversee the oil and gas sector in our country. As my colleague alluded to, we have the Ministry of Energy, which is in charge of the policy formulation, investment promotion, and also the licensing. Then the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, that is in charge of the regulation and monitoring of all the upstream and the midstream subsectors, but also ensuring compliance of all the operations. Then UNOC, your host today, we're in charge of the management of the commercial interests of the state. Next slide. Okay, the Uganda National Company was incorporated in June 2015 under the Companies Act 2012 as a limited liability company, and we are wholly owned by the government of Uganda, and we have 2 key stakeholders, that is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development with 51% stake, and also the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development with 49% stake. Please. We have a 7-member board that was appointed in the year 2016, August, and we have 10 executive members on the committee, and as of now, we have 191 staff. That is as of the end of February 2025, and the structure is about 60% full. And in terms of the ratios, we have 39% female and 61% male. The Uganda National Company has 2 subsidiaries, that is the Uganda Refinery Holdings Company Limited, and also the National Pipeline Company, Uganda Limited. And these subsidiaries are wholly owned by the Uganda National Company. Next slide, I'll just take you through the UNOC global footprint. For your information, UNOC has expanded its footprint across the globe, and on the Asian continent, you can visibly see that we have a memorandum of understanding with the China Offshore Oilfield Services for the upstream services delivery. We have a special service, a special service vehicle with the CNOC for the ECO project, and also a joint venture with CNOC on the Kingfisher project. Coming to the Middle East, we have a memorandum of understanding with Alpha MBM for the Uganda refinery, and also a memorandum of understanding with INSTEP for the capacity building. But going back to Middle East, we have also a business that is ongoing, as you could be aware, with Vitol, responsible for the supply of petroleum products. And in the European continent, yes, as you are aware, that we have a stake in the Telinga project, and also the ECOP, that is with Total. And coming back to the African continent, we have signed memorandum of understanding with the Petroleum Commission of Ghana for knowledge exchange, also with PETAN for the local content development, that is in Nigeria. And then with Kenya, we have the transportation and storage agreements with KPC, and also with TPDC for the ECO project, and lastly, the Koega JV for the Kabalega Industrial Park. An MOU has been signed for the capacity building. On the next slide, that is the high-level glance of UNOC, where we know that the Telinga projects are estimated, the volumes are estimated at 874 million barrels. and has a capacity of 190,000 barrels per day with that best production rate. We have the Kingfisher, also estimated at 186 million barrels, and a design capacity of 42,000 barrels per day, but production will be at 40,000 barrels per day. We have the exploration and new ventures projects where the Kasurban contract area license is key. The production license was awarded in February 2023, and indeed works are ongoing. It is about 1,285 square kilometers. And then the other project is the ECOP, where we have the 15% stake, and it is the National Pipeline Company that is in charge of this. And you are aware that we have a planned buried and heated pipeline, which is about 1,443 kilometers, and with a capacity of 246,000 barrels per day. The other projects are the bulk products trading, where we're dealing in refined products, and also the supply chain with Vitol for the imports. The LPG business is under development, and updates will certainly be coming through. The other project is the storage terminals, where we have the GST with 30 million liter capacity and is being operated by UNOC 100%. We have the KST, the Kampala Storage Terminal, which is a 320 million liter project, and also the equity share of 50% stake in this project. The Kabalega Industrial Park, as it's been mentioned, is a greenfield industrial park, which is about 29.57 square kilometers, with one pump station of the refinery products, and also harbors the airport and the petrochemical industries. Then the refinery project, which is planned at a capacity of 60,000 barrels per day, and also products pipeline of 211 kilometers. The FEED, the front engineering design, and the Asia for this project have been completed, and other works are ongoing, as I will explain further. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a bit of in-depth explanation of the Tilinga project, but what I will just focus at is the status in terms of drilling. The location you can see on the extreme right, where we have the fields that are in the Tilinga project area. In terms of status, 3 rigs are dedicated to drilling different wells on different pads and on different fields, where all these spudding happened in 2023, and also as of now, as of today, a number of 118 wells have been drilled. Yes, the EEPC progress is over 56%, and also the infield flow lines is over 50%. A number of business opportunities are still on. The drilling packages, the well intervention, EPC contracts, drilling and well services. It's never too late. And also the enabling infrastructure that are ongoing. Then the common services in terms of accommodation, transportation, camps, and insurance. And then coming to the Kingfisher project, we have 1 rig that is dedicated to drilling this field, and the spudding happened in 2023 January, and as of yesterday, 14 wells have been drilled and completed. And also the EPC progress of the CPF is over 80%, and the feeder lines works are also on course, and it will be ready for startup by Q4 of 2025. Coming to the East African crude oil pipeline, the detailed engineering design by Holy Persons is over 90%. The civil works are ongoing. The thermal installation plant in Tanzania was completed in March 2024, and pipe installation is ongoing. And about 100 kilometer line pipes arrived in Tanzania for the works to start. And also over 700 kilometer of line pipes have been received, and this is work in progress. I believe you've seen a number of trucks every day that go to that side. Also, the significant progress in construction of the marine jetty at Tanga and the pipe coating works at Sojo. The overall progress is over 36% as of today, and it's planned to be ready for startup Q4 2025. And just to remind us that Total has 62% stake, and then UNOC has 15% stake in the ECOP, and also 8% with CNOC, and 15% by TPDC representing Tanzania. The refinery project, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the government of Uganda and Alpha MBM for the development of the refinery, and also FEED and Asia was completed. The RAP for water abstraction facility and mud products pipeline is ongoing, and the commercial agreements and negotiations with Alpha MBM are ongoing. The early works have commenced, and also other technical studies regarding the other studies are equally ongoing. FID is planned for this year 2025, and I believe we shall be excited to hear the status by the end of this year regarding our refinery project. Among the opportunities that we have are the employment opportunities. These may not be direct, yes, in terms of the specialized services, but a number of us locally here get employed by several service providers. So many of us here may not get chance to directly supply certain services or specialized, but indirectly be employed with certain companies to deliver certain services. The engineering and the G&G works, the supply of goods and services, the refined products trading, the power generation, and also the operation support. The other project is the Kabalega Industrial Park, which is about 29.57 square kilometers. It is going to accommodate the second international airport of this country. It is going to accommodate also the crude oil export hub, the Uganda refinery, feed for the, yes, the Uganda refinery feed is underway, as I've mentioned. The fertilizers, petrochemicals, industrial gases, cold chain or agro-processing and warehousing, all these are going to be housed in the Kabalega Industrial Park. In terms of progress, the master plan was approved, land allocation policy was finalized, the strategic Asia completed and is awaiting approval by NEMA. The acquisition of the JV partner is at negotiation stage, and some of the enabling infrastructure are the works ongoing, such as the roads, and also the MOU was signed between the Ministry of Energy and SBI to commence the phase 1, that is the infrastructure development. A number of opportunities are there in terms of employment. works such as the G&G works, the supply of goods and services, logistics, HSE, training and development, operations and maintenance, and also subcontracts that come along. The second last project, that is the storage terminals, where we have the Ginger Storage Terminal, as I mentioned, that was established in 1970 and has a capacity of 30 million liters. And it was handed over to UNOC for its management in the May 2017. And as of now, UNOC holds 100% interest. And this facility is managed 100% by the Uganda National Oil Company. The Kampala Storage Terminal, which is planned at 320 million liters, it's to be developed at Namwambura in Impigi district, and it will handle the petroleum products as a buffer for the supply in this country. The central hub for storage and distribution of the refining projects, of the refined petroleum products that will come from the Kabalega Industrial Park. And UNOC, as I mentioned, has 51% shareholding. Going forward, I'll take you through the other projects which speaks to bulk products trading, where commercial bulk trading was launched in March 2020 with key objectives of enhancing security of supply of petroleum products, generating revenue for the company, supporting the KST and the GST projects, but also build capacity in terms of trading operations. In November 2023, UNOC was granted the mandate to be the sole importer of the petroleum products in this country. And this definitely has led a bit to the reduction of the palm prices. The partnering with Vitol Bahrain happened, and indeed Vitol is supporting us in terms of the supply of these petroleum products. The first fuel vessel was received on the 3rd of July 2024, and as of today, 23 vessels have docked in Mombasa carrying those petroleum products. Among the opportunities are the suppliers of the petroleum products, because now there's so many suppliers buy from UNOC directly. We have the buyers of these products, and then we have the insurance, clearing and forwarding, and also transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, discussions are going on between UNOC and the Ministry of Energy to amend the name to Kasurubanu than Kasurubani. About 1,909 line kilometer of 1,909 line kilometer of seismic data is available in this area through built time. And we are in the second period of this operation. 2020 involved the seismic and wells interpretation, which we did. We did the petrophysical and reservoir characterization of the subsurface. We did the basin and petroleum systems analysis. The work was completed November 2024. The reprocessing of the available seismic data is still ongoing. And the key is the acquisition potential of the area, and also planned exploratory well for maybe 26, but also the planned 3D seismic data acquisition following the successful drilling. There is a joint venture partnership opportunity for this area, where we are supposed to develop these project with, through joint ventureship, and about 9 prospects have been identified in this area with an estimated STOIP of 285 million barrels of oil. It has a complete working petroleum system, and indeed in place we have the already developed infrastructure. I will not go into this, I alluded to this. Just to take you through on the farm down roadmap that we have for this project. We have prepared the data and we are ready for the marketing and the road shows of this block, all in the effort of securing a joint venture with whom to develop all deliver the work programs of this exploration license. The expression of interest will be issued around May, and we shall receive the expression from the different companies. We shall do the evaluation of the submissions and also determine the eligible applicants, after which we shall go to the companies that will have been shortlisted in the EOI process. We shall share the data that we have with those companies, and then we'll wait to receive the submission and do the evaluation of their proposals and determine
Thank you, Mr. Kagwa, for that very elaborate presentation. Page 15 omu Tilenga project. Project ekihandiko Alpha BM gambo andika ni kuombe kita. I want to open up flow Zokia. Dennis. Zokia. Dennis.
But you have not particularly told us what type of people do you pay tax? So you many occasions there are many occasions there are and a freezer. Then they started supplying their commodities with UNOC. They were only to make a venture. So, now, yes, can you please tell us individuals who supply their commodities with UNOC? I just want you to be frank, be transparent.
Thank you so much, Senior Carpenter Kikagara, for the questions. They are well noted. Any other questions?
Apart from supplying food and meat, isn't there any product which we can supply or services? Because not all of us are farmers. Can't we have something to supply, like in form of service or other products? Then another thing is like a request, because many districts have so far benefited from this oil. Like Bulisa is benefiting, Hoima has already got an airport in Seruka. Me, I come from Masindi, and they are going to the in this side. Can't reconsider, and we have which was of in is in Kenya. About because I'm not sure anything from this oil. We haven't received anything. You consider us a little. Think about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiza. Yes.
Ambara gange ni nyoka tohenure ndugire Kikube district. Mbaye ni saba kaguzo mkuru bakweta Kagwa Ronald. Habokuba nyowe nkatunga omukisa koro mafutoku. 2007, 2013, 2014 nitukora nitwakozeresa zemikege yokubazaho omyaka ege twatunga ebizibe ebibyona kyonka ntalibaniziwe kinte kigamba bine mugamba database ntwengire my level best gonze nokutunga omulimo oku. I have all the qualifications. Habokwa Minister of Energy etuha license myamwe blaster in that formula. Nokimanya after drilling you load, then you blast, then you do the lines whatever, then you make those where the rigs will be located. But at local content ite tutalibaniza muno nkaitwa abantu abaina experience kyo mafoto of this by hand ugenda kwesanda
Crispus to Mwesige, UNOC. Me, what I've realized, it relates the company. In the next morning, after training, UNOC is have been coming here at resort. Now you can see even the time today. Don't have been coming. You play on community media that I don't know that it is the reason who is demanded by the revenue we want to for you. Do you really see, is it appropriate to strategically put the offices? So in my conclusion, I ask UNOC, rather than organizing such a workshops of actually me, I take it as wasting time, because these things we have been talking. Now you have put another advert to train other operators. We have applied, but we who were trained 3 years ago, we are still here. We have never even touched any machine, but we see machine going. The man there was saying, you see these vehicles, they are taking pipes down. But the Kenyan companies, Kenyan vehicles, they are the one importing the pipes. Now the stages where we are going, we are heading to now Yekikugu. kuya y'amafuta hansi ey'ekikugu emirimu yete yakazo wakaza ebino byokora manyanda avuga motoka ndaleeta pipe egenda neewaawo hati what is the community gaining obarora hali barara kijungu hiru you cannot find any munyoro at kijungu hiru but for us you invite us for workshops you give us tea you give us food max the end we go back home with these notebooks I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, just before the gentleman raises their issue or question, I just want to implore that we keep our questions snappy or short. Then also, muntu wakuba kagwize kikaguzo, chalo takgarukamu abukubo tukuba tukinotingire already, so tugeze turokole obwire. Yes sir.
Yowe problem yange eri amalaba UNOC era mbali to go deep kasome kungi ebintu emikoze database omuntu amayi what is database so nyokusaba one question one request is mu training abantu ombintu bya mafuta gano muleka kintu kindu kizaniramu abokwanye mujja kiro kiri kyokuzanisa but at the end of the day tuliba turugira hano tufuira obundi tukuzire mungu tukuzire tuti kiri baletere kizibu abali bawo na abwaje nikyo kuba president akabera kibu very serious about this issue yakanira kima abantu abaletaga olugezigezi kwayiga mafuta gano yagamba we shall go mpora 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 ini Kenya ba agahayiga akicho genzire the system mukwegesa thank I'm you this now for example you use 240 part what are barrels? What are barrels? You are using for a kimanya because obunikara some of you and you tell me but omuntu arugire kikubo umwesere amanyere what is a barrel abantu abandi bamanyere barrel ye mundu actually you should change bwano chaki ukagira kintu kyokosa a local language go deep locally database ba registering kigaragara kugambire today ba umusaba revenue you got not revenue authority once you register as a company immediately taxes but the money to be able to pay the taxes. So my request is you know go deep locally. If possible, you can even train your people at the sub-county level to teach our communities to avoid the scenarios that might happen in the future as the other my request is teach video uzana ebyokola outdoor zanyu but murugeyo to help the community go community ebe nanyine sobora obayamba nyondiro okabo company yange ngagamba tebye bokusisa buire itwe districts zikola ekitege beta pre-qualification every year they do pre-qualify the companies and these are technical people basomere they know what they do but they go deep locally company no webe inakigiburaho for long as it can participate bagiteka bagiguredinga so you use districts use local company you use local district councils to help you but ebintu byanyu byokuya Kampala ni muleta ni mu ugudo uli Hoima wa apano urusasura mu Supplier yenyanya zirugoko tibijja kukora bagenzi bange mwebale muno umpuliriza
ebale muno mukuru hane katwije yes
kale waitu twahura na programs zonna mwebale.
Tukuhura maybe muzinda rogo guroho bagwa. The sound please.
Hello? Ebintu bino turumirwa muno. Itwe amafuta rundo habairo program yenu mu Bunyoro. Tukasemererwa muno. Twagamba chance izire turagoboramu. Bitwande tutwine mbere tugoboroiremu. Nyowe kali mukagamba amafuta gano bwazayirwe. Urundo bwazokere mu Bunyoro yaitu. Abali baine chance tukagezaho okunywana n'okutamburamu. Kikampa kandi nyine certificate yange bo zadanda kuva ngimanyi line ne juman crude obakoze bona applying it and mind you applying online bokugenda office aho nibagamba apply online nibakuhereza links na links abari kuzikuha bantu tebale bamuntu titubamanyire toina mu kugamba ono mutabano akaboyo ono mutabano warwa abantu bali aho tibakengeka obwo kujja kubazora Nyoro obwo kujja kubazora endimi ezaitu eza hano ole na abazora Uganda na abazora Soga ekituru kubasaba RDC ensongo gibalizeo nanka yanyirukaho hano ono nanka wabulison kao mutu yambe tuteke kubali hano yuno ekasibo hano ebintu bikagakira hano n'abana benyine bali mu office z'hano bakubira abantu baitu hano na connect na hano roti hano baitu kumere ne katemiti ni nyenda kusupplyinga enku kuocha nankizo za mafuta zanyu hizo obakuamba kwa colas. It was very neat advertised and we took time. I put the money, I cutted the trees, but I want to tell you even the process to go through to supply the firewood into their company, it was a tug of war. But unfortunately enough, even the people who are there, who advertised, they are the very people who supplied. So for me, I resolved supplying to these Hoima schools. What is this? Where are we heading? Now, for you who are saying we register and whatever, can't name mistake to it. Abantu wengi, we are all victims. We have suffered here in Bunyoro, and you are just there in offices saying everything is going well. How? When we have not gained anything.
Okay.
Now, CCP is here. Just of recent, I applied the same very job. I have the qualifications even more than those people. I have my friend here, he's sleeping here in Kijungu. He told me, my brother, this certificate is very vital. Why can't these people give you a job? I'm not considered. Even the person who got a job is from Busog. Me here, I don't know whether you received my application, you normally give us the links, or you do what? We are here. So why can't we complain? You just call us here, you get your budget, you earn your money, you earn your share, the company moves on. Kano, you are here, everybody who is concerned here, fight for us, Bunyoro. Where are we heading? Now the project drilling is almost finished. Everything is going well. But a %, here for us, the local people here, as you said, the local content, I don't know which content do you mean. Local people here, what have we gained? Nobody to assist us in office. You are just in offices like courts in the tables. You go here, you say, this is my Munyoro, will help me. But the very Munyoro will send you to a Muganda. Can a Muganda give me a job failing to give him his fellow Muganda? And when we go to Kampala, they tell us, you go back there, you are okay, because you vote Museveni. And for them, they come here, you give them jobs like nothing. People watch out. Enough is enough. Madam, I have heard you very well. Soon I'm coming to your office. You should not talk these things from here just. Just you specialize us, you tell us, you do what, we laugh, we clap hands, we go. That's not enough. Sir, Mr. Chairman, also I'm coming to visit your office. These things must change. These things must change. I have, my father is old. We have things, we have everything which we can do. We can supply everything if you want. But the systems, the processes to access your things, for us to bring our vehicles, we supply whatever you want. You people, you are playing on our minds. The people in offices you are playing with, you are sitting with, you are working with, they are the very people supplying these materials in their company. And thus you tell us, supply, supply, supply. We supply what? When you are supplying yourselves, you earn a government salary, you earn everything. You want almost a quarter of the money from the government, you all gain it at once. Journalists, spread the gospel. If you have St. Luke, spread it. This thing must stop.
Okay. Thank you so much. We have had your concern. You've been very passionate. I want now to take 2 more questions and then request the others to write them down. We shall have another brief session of Q&A later on. So let's take these and then respond, yeah?
Webale muno mukama waitu. Tukubasima bayino kumwebale muno kuija first of all. And then mwebale mugendo maiso ni mwetu engaging bwokuba kirunge mugambirege tukuyambanga. Mukwenda tubayambe naye mukoleki mutuyambe. Ensonga nyewe kunduma kandi yinkwetaaga tukonyerangane okuba inye tukubaza n'abantu aba government tukubaza na rotalo basinoko tukubaza n'abaytu benyini abakuikira omukuru. Tukubaza nsonga ya supplier hali akatale akanyakuli mafuta kyowa kandi otaka supplying you must produce. So ensonga yange eri ha production ntoja kwesanga nti abantu abali munitwena, some have gotten the capacities as of producing already, but then most of the youth are unemployed. Niko gamba tibaina sente nti atinye nke kitongole kya government mukolera muta okulora nti mwateekaho obuli okulora buli muntu mwamusozesa akolaki okudeveloping that idea ekyali mutwegwe nikwasobole kufuna ekyajja kusupplyinga nka amafuta. Obwokuba mutugambire that you want things on a larger scale, but ojja kwesanga that for us what we can offer is on a smaller scale and kikusaa kuba sustainable. So mbaye ninsaba nti mu developing methods ezijja kuyamba omuntu kufuna akasente nko okura PDM programs tizituyambe seyo ge million emu yes nungi but tekusobora inye nkayino kumukusako offering loan wawe someone can access a 15 million loan nikwasobole producing and then a supplying later on a funding sente zimukozereke ezimuhaire minuhaire bintu byokwija mutugambire mbozi omunyora gamba muntu mweze kitinaki no mubazi otampereza omubazi konke kitota kozereke otakimbe inja gukolesa guhweho onkati nyine kingi akora bato orampereza omulingo njakora osemerere na nyonsemererwe no kubihirwa kabantu kumukuhura kusobole kutahuwao. Mwebale muno.
Mwebale muno. We shall take one last one here for now.
Thank you very much. My name is Kabaged Mary Aboki, mwana wa Munuka kandi mwana wa Han. I have 2 issues to pass across. One, personally, I'm a director of a company which is eligible to supply in oil and gas, and it is a brand new company. Whenever we are applying for contracts, one key requirement is certificate of where you've accomplished work. And as I've earlier on commented, my company is new and we have not yet worked anywhere. We have not yet supplied. So that is one key challenge. How can I start to supply before I supply, and yet that is a key requirement for me to produce evidence that I've been supplying. 2, it goes back to the jobs. I wish to be guided. 1, I wish to, I don't know if it is possible to disclose the percentage of Banyoro out of the 191 staff you have in UNOC. I would wish to know the percentage of Banyoro that you have. I understand that being a Mnyoro is one thing, and Knowing what to do is another thing. Personally, my colleague has been talking about the NEBOSH certificates. Those ones, we got them some time back. Currently, I'm undertaking my master's in environmental health and safety management, which is a key requirement because we are all implementing for all and I don't know the HS or the HC because nafuna amagezi obundafuna omulimo nsobola ekora abayizire hano kubaza naitu sofa hakabaza omukazi omunyoro timanyiro bananya tikibaswaza like aren't you ashamed? For sure we are in Hoima. You've come to do a workshop in Hoima. Couldn't you bring the Banyoro staff? Niko bakabaza nikyo kurora terms ezimukozesa abantu tibazimanya. Itu abasomeroho we thank God ngebintu tukubihura ntubyetegereza, we comprehend and understand. But aren't you ashamed to come here and out of the 10 people speaking there is only one at a safety moment? Aren't you ashamed? Sure, aren't you ashamed? Bojo ruhangari bakaguza ebintu binu muta but to be sincere, I'm sobbing. As a chance for the conversation program the pipeline
Lilian Wenka beningamburu nyorukuruga nyinkiakar mabara gange Brian Chaki Kabaleg di Munyoro mkuron Kenneth Bintu Munyoro mpako yawe nyera onu Bintu Munyoro so hati so tiki hikire ngo sir please tiki hikire ngo UNOC tein abanyoro barum. I'm also an employee of UNOC. Maybe I didn't mention that I'm an employee of UNOC, but I am an employee of UNOC. Ngonza kugaba ibikaguzo binu omba tahibange barolo mulingo barabigarukam yakubanza na COO Y2 alongside bakumweta mukuru bakumweta I think Richard Kagwizege, which people do you skill? Ask the CEO to respond to that one. And also requests that she responds to Kiza's questions. He said that apart from food and meat, what else can they supply? It seems the message that he has received is that people can only supply food and meat. Then I will ask the PAU to respond to a very recurring question. Esther, people when they register on the NSD, you require them to have a tax clearance, yeah? So meaning they should register their businesses to get a TIN, and then URA begins to run after them. So you will answer that one in terms of compliance. Mr. Kagwa, you respond to Kato Henry, who addressed the question specifically to you. And then he also mentioned why do they not get jobs? I think that was a recurring theme. I'll allow Peter to answer that one as well. Then, why people use technical language and not one that is simplified, I will try and answer that one. CEO, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. How are you? You okay? Are you sure? Oh, you're hungry? What is it? No, I think we really take note as the National Oil Company of all the feedback we've received here today. As much as you may not believe it, it's actually our shareholders are the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy. So if you're a citizen and you pay taxes, yes, we work for you. So we understand your frustration. I have to say personally that the sector is held to a higher standard because it is transparent. The weight of the expectations you have loaded, including myself as a Ugandan, on the sector are because of two things. The sector is the most regulated within Uganda, the oil and gas sector. It's the most transparent. If you benchmark around the world, the development, the journey to first oil for Uganda has been one of the longest, certainly for an onshore project. And that has brought a lot of visibility, a lot of activism, but it's also allowed the country and the National Oil Company, the Petroleum Authority, the Ministry of Energy to be deliberate and share value with as many people as is possible. Now, I think when we present up here, we all merge into the same face. You are unable to differentiate the Uganda National Oil Company from the Petroleum Authority, ECOP, Total Energies, UNOC. It's not clear. So let's slow it down and we explain all the different players. The Ministry of Energy is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Underneath it sits the National Oil Company. Underneath it also sits the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. The Uganda Revenue Authority sits under the Ministry of Finance. It's a separate entity. It does not sit within the oil and gas sector. Okay? Total Energies is the operator of Tilenga. What do we mean by operator? It's the one in charge of the majority of decisions on that project. Those decisions, including supply of services, employment of are regulations of Uganda. Any of the questions relate to the road and this issue. To the question has power, or if we are playing with you, undertake trainings, but we don't follow it through by immediately giving you a job. The answer is twofold. The National Oil Company, by law, is mandated to hold 15%. 15% is far the majority, is it not? We are a non-operator. We play our role within the law and within the joint venture to advocate. As UNOC, we consider ourselves the first line of defense for national content. Because we're there, Uganda's interests will be considered. We may not get 100% of our interests, but we do our hardest to get at least some of Uganda's interests there. Total Energies and Kingfisher, let me be clear, are paying for these projects solely at this moment. UNOC is not paying. The government of Uganda is not paying. They will recover the legitimate costs they've spent in the development of our oil, your oil, as you refer to it. They will recover that if we're able to sell our oil to international markets and make that money back. They will recover it. I'm saying all of that for you to understand that there are limits to our level of participation as the National Oil Company. We're there, we hold our 15%, we exercise the full capacity of those rights afforded to us by that 15%. And it's a first line of defense. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is the next line of defense. It regulates and very vigorously ensures adherence to the laws and regulations of Uganda, whether it's national content, whether it's the employment of Ugandans, whether it's the time periods, whether it's registration on the National Supplier Database. Okay? And the National Supplier Database, we hear you on you thinking it attracts taxes. Now I have to tell you, We're state entities in this room, so we draw from the treasury. Taxes are a legal requirement of all Ugandan citizens. I understand, but you're not going to get another answer from state entities present here today. And the National Supplier Database has gone a long way to ensuring that Ugandan companies are seen and that international companies are forced to use them. If you look to other sectors, if you look to the hotel sector, okay, there's nothing similar. Those sectors, you're not in a position as the Ugandan, as the government of Uganda, to compel someone to use a Ugandan supplier because you don't have anywhere to start. And it's been a long journey. When we have companies register on the National Supplier Database, when we tell you adhere to these standards, please try to look at it the other way around. It's not gatekeeping. We're not trying to keep Ugandan companies out of participating. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we're trying to dispel these barriers that the international oil companies come and tell us time and time again. We want to use a Ugandan company, but they're not up to our health and safety standards. We say, okay, you have to train them. And once they meet those standards, now what's your excuse? They don't have the financial capacity. You say, okay, that one company may not have the financial capacity, but those three coming together, can they meet your requirements? Can they meet your financial capacity needs? And we go down through all those barriers that international oil companies are putting on our companies, on our suppliers. We know that it's a nascent industry. The training is not training only for, I think you guys think we're playing on your minds. No, the training is to remove those barriers. But the training is, we also have a mandate under the 4th National Development Plan to extend the benefits of this sector, not only to oil and gas. So if you're trained as a welder, as an electrician, as a carpenter or whatever, no, not everyone who's trained is going to get a job within the oil and gas sector. But those are highly transferable skills. So our expectation is that we have developed those sectoral linkages, that you can now move into manufacturing. You can now move into hotels, into the construction industry at large, and make use of those skills. So we're also putting the onus on you to not only look to the oil and gas sector, but look around to other sectors. In case most of you are not aware, oil and gas is 90% construction. It's civil works, it's construction activities, it's logistics, it's not highly technical drilling. That's a very small percentage. So those skills, first of all, if they're to be of long-term benefit, oil and gas construction ordinarily takes 3 to 5 years. Then that's it. You're in operations. Now, do we want to set up our people to have a job for 3 to 5 years? No. We want long-term value for our citizens and also for our companies. It's just to give everyone a picture of the purpose of this engagement and to assure you we really take the feedback. As the National Oil Company, we are aware that there are 2 critical barriers to more of our citizens and more of our local companies participating in the sector. First are these oil and gas standards. It's an international industry. We cannot do away with them. We have no rebuttal to not complying with them. That's why we have spent a lot of time trying to pull up our Ugandans and our companies up to those levels. We have no rebuttal of it, just to be clear, as the government of Uganda. Secondly, we recognize that the next barrier is a financial barrier, that our people don't have access to financing, to resources in the same way that international oil companies do. These international contractors borrow at 3% at a maximum. So they can go 6 months without being paid. It doesn't cost them a lot. They are not devoting highly expensive capital to undertake a contract. But we recognize that that is still a real and pressing challenge for our Ugandan companies who borrow at ridiculous figures of 20 to 25%. We understand that is deeply unequal. The Petroleum Authority, the National Oil Company, led by the Ministry of Energy, is working very hard on the Local Content Fund. The Local Content Fund, which we've seen used very successfully in other countries like Nigeria, it will be set up to provide financing, reasonable financing, tenors of 5 years, single-digit rates. We are hoping to get 8% or below, to reduce that financial barrier and allow our companies to continue to penetrate further and further in. So I would like to paint a less grim picture than painted by some of the questions in this room. To the question of the Banyoro, I'm married to one, I understand. But you have to appreciate the government's position. We are not in a position to single out a single tribe and say that we are going to recruit this percentage of Baganda, of Banyoro. No. Oil is a natural resource. It belongs to all Ugandans, wherever it's found. We recognize that community content is incredibly important, and that's why it's its own pillar under our new strategy, and that's why the Petroleum Authority monitors its performance from Total Energies, from UNOC, from ECOP, any of the operators. We recognize that it gives us license to operate for the project host communities to feel that they are benefiting. We do. I think if there are any other questions, I will let Brian address them. But again, I thank you for your feedback and I thank you for your interest. You are our shareholders in the flesh and we take note of it. At the very least, one of the quick action points we can do is the suggestion from the RDC about having a desk at the office to assist with the NSD registration. Beyond that and addressing URA's use of that information, it's as per the laws of Uganda, but thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, COO, for that elaborate explanation. Ngiyagezaho kugara omrunyoro ebintu byone byagambire munsabire. So agambire ngu kantandike nekyemirimu. Agambire nga magita kale tukwikiriza galo mbunyoro. Baitu emirimu tetukusagamba ngu ejja kuba y'Abanyoro bonka. Emirimu enakuba y'Abanyayuganda boona habwokuba amagita g'Abanyayuganda boona. Emisoro egya kuruga omagita ago egya kwombeka enguudo hoona tali omubunyoro honka. Egya kwombeka amarwaro omuyuganda yoona tali omubunyoro honka. Baitu of course government ekataho akakwakulizo yagamba ale emirimo inakuba yaba community bonka, abantu kuruga omubuliiso bo mukikuube katugamba omuntu agya kusiimuura ogwo omuntu taruga hantu handi oiroho omu community ebintu ebitakwetagisa kuba osomereho ngumanya ndi mucyumbi kyetegereza. So yagamba nekindi ngu UNOC eino buchweka only 15% on project zino. So all omuntu arugire Bufaransa arugire China kagwa bagambirege project zino za over $20 billion. Economy yaitu hano is about 40. That is half ya economy omuntu akuzireta naziteka munu iwe na 15% kandi ombwire bunu tokuta mugonze 10. So alohe bintu byokusaa kumugamba kole nebinde byotakusaa kumugamba kole. But hali tukusobora kugamba nabo ngu boje kintu kino hakiri mukole kino tukusobora. Baitu ale ebintu nete bitakusaa kora nka National Oil Company nabo kuba omugabo gutwino mu project gukyali mutito kandi tukyali kutama sente. So yabaza ha National Supplier Database yagamba nkomunya Uganda wena tutageza mu kusasura so Banyarwanda abakiro kusasula omusoro. Then wabaye n'amalira yagamba ekintu ky'omutindo kinu tale ekitore kusoboka garo ndosi obutakulumuka omutindo okubika standards zabo tujagwa ngoza kubasiima. Thank you all once again for those responses. So let me ask Peter to just come and respond to those questions that were allocated to you. Then we'll have Mr. Kagwa, and lastly we'll have the PAU respond.
Thank you, Brian. So I'm going to talk to respond to a few questions and make some clarifications as well. In an earlier life, I worked with URA, and there are a few comments that have come out in regards to the taxation elements that need to be clarified, and I'd like to take this opportunity to do that. When you register for taxes, Uganda runs what we call a self-declaration regime. So you're supposed to declare how much you have earned in a particular year, and then you're taxed accordingly. So one of the things when you register, many of us, when we register for taxes, we never file those returns. So what happens is if you do not file, URA then estimates. If, for example, you registered and you're in the hotel business, because you're not filing your returns, URA has to look at what are other hotels earning, then get an average, and then assess you what you should pay. However, in Uganda, by law, if you have not earned revenue, you've not gotten profit, you shouldn't pay tax. The taxes for corporate tax are based on your profitability. So you need to find out when you register your business for taxes, make an effort to make sure you declare and file returns so that URA assesses you correctly and you pay the right taxes. So that has to come out clearly. So URA will not come after your house if you have declared, have not earned revenue, have not been profitable, you'll not be required to pay tax. That had to come out. Then someone asked about what kind of skills are being trained. So for the oil and gas sector, we didn't go out and start to just train people. We did a skills assessment of what are the critical skills that are required in the oil and gas sector, and where do we have gaps as Ugandans. Because we want to limit as much as possible the number of people who have to come into Ugandans to do jobs that can be done by Ugandan citizens. So a lot of the trainings have been around heavy goods driving, because a lot of opportunities were going to be in that area. A lot of training has gone into welding, because there was a lot of scope that required skills on welding, which we did not have as Ugandans. Now, when you are trained, it does not guarantee that the moment you're trained, you're the one who automatically gets an opportunity. The training that you get gives you an edge, it gives you an advantage. But when jobs become available, they are advertised. And when they are advertised, you who has gotten training, ideally you have an edge. And a number of the people who have been trained have actually ended up on the project. But we have to give an opportunity to those other people who have also invested in themselves. They've gone and gotten their own trainings to compete for these opportunities. So that is why you see that much as we carry out trainings, when the opportunities arise, we advertise, because we have to be fair to all Ugandans and give them an opportunity to participate. Because there are some people in the room who do not get that opportunity to even get training. So this is to try to be as fair as possible to all Ugandans. Part of the reason why someone asked what kind of services are required. So in the presentation that was made by the Petroleum Authority, it highlighted some areas, about 16 areas that were strictly ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. So all the elements to do with catering, accommodation, doing office supplies, all those are strictly to be done by Ugandan companies. Now, when we are submitting our annual work programs to the authority for consideration, the Petroleum Authority is very deliberate to ask, what are the opportunities that you're going to ensure go to the communities? So companies in the oil and gas sector have commitments of things that they have to buy in the community, provided they are available. Now that is why it was a bit discouraging to see that only 5 people in the room were registered on the NSD. Because when you come to supply, the first question you'll be asked is, are you registered on the NSD? And efforts have been made by the Petroleum Authority, by the Stanbic Incubator, by a number of players to support the registration of people in the National Supplier Database. Now, one of the things that can be done is if you organize yourselves and have, say, 15, 20 people who would like to be registered, you can be able to write either to the authority, the PAU, or even to us as a national oil company, and we will come and facilitate that process, help you to get registered on the NSD. The process is free, so there is no revenue being generated by government to have you registered. It's a free process. So all you need to have is prepare your paperwork. And I think I'm going to, for the benefit of those of you who would like to register, I'm going to go through the 5 key things that you need to register on the NSD. So the first thing, if you're a company, you need to have a certificate of incorporation. That's the first requirement, to show that you're registered, you're a business that's registered. The second requirement, you have to have a bank reference letter from your bank showing that you hold an account. The third requirement is a tax clearance certificate. This shows that you are complying with the tax regulations. You pay your taxes and on time. The fourth requirement is the NSSF clearance certificate. So that also just shows that when you hire your people, you support and you pay for them social security. Then the fifth and final requirement for a company is the URSB annual return. That shows us the shareholding, who is the actual owner of the company. So those are the 5 requirements that you need. You don't need to pay anyone a single shilling. The Petroleum Authority has an office in Hoima. We have an office in Hoima. Either office can be able to support you to do that registration. Then there was a question around, someone noted that we do not regulate, and rightly so. As the oil company, we do not regulate Total, and I think the COO has clearly defined why. And then when it comes to advertising jobs and why we give opportunities to everyone, I think I've responded to that. Registration on the NSD, Esther will handle any other details. Then applicants having to take applications to Kampala. A lot of the application in the oil and gas sector has tried to be, at least from the regulation point of view, you have to make it as easy as possible. So even for jobs, and I encourage those of you who have the skills and relevant qualifications, we have some jobs that we've advertised, to express interest. The process is online. Perspective. More than 60% of people who apply for our jobs do not qualify simply because they do not take time to certify their documents. Just a moment. So 60% of the applications we receive, because we don't even look at we don't go into the details of what you can do because you've not certified your documentation. The other key element that we also makes majority of people miss out on opportunities is when you apply, you do not look at the job that you are applying for. You have your CV that you have for every job and you just submit it. So it is hard for us to tell that you are qualified to deliver on the role at which you're applying for. So one of the things I encourage job seekers is when you see these opportunities, kindly take time, tailor your CVs to the role, show us why you are the best candidate, and we will give you an opportunity to compete. And then finally, someone noted about Kenyan drivers and vehicles moving goods within Uganda. I think that is a matter that the regulator will take up, because logistics, like we noted, is one of the areas that are strictly ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. So if we have Kenyan drivers and Kenyan registered vehicles that are doing business in the oil and gas sector, the regulator has to have sanctioned it, and I request that they take it up. I think those are the key elements that have come through. And maybe one thing I'd like to request, that as we go about the oil and gas journey, this is a journey that has to benefit all Ugandans, and more specifically the communities. But I want us to desist from saying this is a resource for only these people and these other people. This is a resource that is supposed to change the livelihoods of all Ugandans. So let us have that spirit at heart. When we go to other areas where we have operations, to Jinja, to Mpiji, everyone is saying all the opportunities are going to Hoima and Bulisa. What about the rest of us? Aren't we Ugandans? Are we less Ugandans than the people in the oil regions? So one of the things I'd like to encourage is, as we participate and develop this sector, let us, as much as possible, strive to maximize the opportunities, but let's also not be envious. Let's not be angry that another Ugandan is benefiting. Let's just see, how do we collaborate? How do we all benefit? Because this is a resource that should benefit all Ugandans. Thank you so much. At this point, I'll invite the regulator to answer some of the questions. Ronald first, to answer the question that was addressed to him, and then we'll have the regulator, and then we'll have any other questions if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to re-emphasize a certain point, that the labor market today is competitive. And indeed, these jobs are fit for purpose. I want to encourage my colleague there that is having a discussion with Brian, that even us here and where we are, we continue to search for jobs. And indeed, we have applied for certain jobs where you get shortlisted, go compete, and maybe fail. Or there are even those where we have applied and we have not been shortlisted because we don't fit. Yeah? So it shouldn't be taken really personal, my colleague. Yeah, just my advice. And then going to there's one of the gentlemen behind that asked us to go deep local. Yeah? I wanted to remind you, colleague, that some of the terminologies we use in the oil and gas are a standard, really, that are hard to be, translated in a way. We know very well there are certain terminologies, local or traditional we use here. For example, the ranks that we regard to our king here in Bunyoro. If I asked you to translate it in English, you will fail. But just for the learning purposes of us here in this workshop today, let me make it clear that a barrow is an equivalent of a pipa. I don't know, we know what a pipa is. Yes, a barrow is an equivalent of a 160-liter drum. That's why it is called, it is pipa. So for the benefit, learn it from today that a barrow is that equivalent of a 160-liter drum. Yeah? But indeed we shall not define all the other terminologies that, you know, that I had. Then going specifically to Kato Henry from Chikube, the blaster. You understand very well that some of these projects are a one-off. They come once in a while. If you acquired 2D data in 2007 and acquired 3D data in 2008, you've basically gotten the image of the subsurface. When else will you ever have to do seismic data? You specifically said that you're a blaster and you have that experience. Data was acquired way early 2000, yeah? And as I presented, there are certain surveys that were done in 2007 and 2008. That passed. Then Total acquired some data in 2014, where also SINOC just did a feasibility survey line, one line in Kingfisher. So such opportunities are rare. They come really as a one-off. But to remind you, as I noticed that this year, the Uganda National Company is acquiring 150 line kilometers of 2D seismic data within the block. I think the major part of concentration is the Bulisa area. Yes, before we do any of these projects in these areas, we always do stakeholder engagements. I want to assure you that the contractors that we hire to do those jobs don't the RDC. We were currently doing the environmental impact assessment for this very project. And before the contractor came here, we had to do the scoping. But before, to all those offices, from the kingdom to the local government, from LOC 5 up to LOC 1. So, colleague, look for information from the leaders, because indeed we cannot go to individuals and tell them what is happening. Hey, on this 1st of May, seismic acquisition project is kicking in. We can't do that. But always this information can be obtained from, yes, the talk shows that we have on radios and also our community leaders. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the feedback provided. Once again, for the benefit of those that were not around, my name is Esther Nakawombe and I serve as a National Content Officer at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I'll add my voice to the Chief Operations Officer of UNOC and the Head of National Content at UNOC to just emphasize that we are drilling oil and gas. Oil and gas is a new sector, subsector within Uganda. And the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and through the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and through UNOC, are doing their best to ensure that Ugandans gain from these oil and gas projects. And as they've mentioned before, this sector is highly regulated. And there's an attendee who mentioned that he feels like we are not regulating the sector. I just want to assure him that we are doing our best every day in the operation areas. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda has stationed field monitors to ensure that these oil companies, the international oil companies and their contractors, are going by the laws and regulations of this country. We've gone ahead to actually demobilize some that are being non-compliant. So just to assure you that we are doing our best to regulate this sector to the best of our ability, and that Ugandans are gaining and will still continue to gain from the sector. There's an issue for the Kenyan drivers and Kenyan cars doing business in the oil and gas sector. Yet logistics is a ring-fenced service within the sector. So in very rare incidences, very rare, extremely rare instances where we have to transport some special wide cargo load or have to use specialized trucks. These companies that have been contracted usually apply to the authority, giving reasons as to why they should be allowed to use those foreign registered companies. And we give them permission with conditions in which they have to fulfill. However, through our monitors as well that we have in the field, we're able to curb such practices to ensure that it's only Ugandans, and if it's only Ugandan companies or Ugandan trucks that are there. And if there's a foreign registered truck, they should be able to show the permission of authorization from the authority to do that work. I'd like to re-emphasize the fact that registration on the NSD is free, but also there's a lady who raised an issue that her company is new and yet she would like to be registered on the National Supplier Database. You want to supply the sector, but one of the things that you have to do before you supply the sector is to be registered on the National Supplier Database. Have you been registered? Yes, you're already registered. So companies, the licensees, the contractors, usually put out expressions of interest. So have you expressed interest in those services? And also, as we said before, I just want to add my voice to the speakers before, where they mentioned that sometimes when they advertise for these things, you're not able to do it alone, but there is strength in numbers. You're able to do it with somebody else to buffer your financial ability or to buffer your capabilities. So I don't know whether you have explored that avenue of teaming up, forming a joint venture. It's easy for Ugandan companies. You can get like 3 people, 4 people, you form a company and you're able to bid for these works and services. Lastly but not least, I would also like to emphasize that the skills gained from the oil and gas sector, these trainings that we do, these capacity building initiatives that we do, they are very transferable to every other sector. You can work, just because you've been trained in the oil and gas sector, does not mean that you have to be employed within the oil and gas sector. You can use those skills in other sectors like the transport sector, agriculture, manufacturing. So let's open up our minds to be able to apply those skills elsewhere. Lastly but not least, I have taken the feedback regarding having an NSD desk at the local district, and I'll take that proposal back for it to be considered. Thank you so much for that feedback. But also the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and UNOC, just to add my voice, we have offices in Hoima. I think our office is just across the street. You are free. The office is always open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. You are free to go there and ask for whatever kind of information you have, and you'll be assisted accordingly. Thank you so much.
Mwebale muno abagenzi bange. Tujja kuba na ka break kake, baitu tukyali kugenda mu ka break. Nja kusaba omukuru RDC wa Hoima agambire nawa aina ekyagonza gamba wa abikaguzo ebimutu kagwize kiro kya lero. Bana RDC ekanda mwebale muna bakuhandika ebikaguzo byanyu.
Amanyire, there are some jobs which are very difficult. You have to be for the people, and you also have to defend the government. So Hati, I am here to defend the government because I can see the anger, a kiniga. And sometimes the kiniga, it can lead you somewhere. So Mbeni Mbasaba, don't crucify these people. These people, UNOC, PAO, don't crucify them. Because they wish you well. They wish you well, and that's why they organize these meetings. Don't say these meetings are just for eating money. No. I heard somebody talk about that. No, these meetings are to open our eyes so that we can be able to know where to go. I'm glad the COO has said they'll have a table at the UNOC office. Mukuzimanya where they are. Zirhanu, I don't know which road, but I think here within Chijungu. For helping us to do the registration. I hear you when you say they are taxing you, but let me also say this. Do they tax your residential houses? Enju yao yokurara muni yoba kutaxinga? Eh? There's somebody who said they are taxing him on his house which he submitted. I am not sure URA can tax you on the house where you are sleeping. If the house is for commercial, we need to differentiate. Meeting, let us try to, differentiate things. The house where you are sleeping with your family, URA takes over kuya umsoro. But if they are commercial houses, certainly URA will charge you. And when you have just started a business, when you are doing what they call these returns, if you have not made any money, submit 0. Mukura, utateka figure, because you have not earned any money. And when you submit 0, they will receive it. If you put money, they will come for you. I am saying, oborabo taina income yona, eyo akakozire, bobano okora returns, you submit 0. I think there's need for really orientation in that area. Some of these people, Bambi, they don't know. Because for you to get a tax clearance, you must submit returns. So if you submit returns, bakashanga, when you have put money which you have not made, they will ask you to first go to the bank or sasure, nukubakwelezeki tax clearance, which is also a requirement, as she was saying. Mukubana mugenda kuteka yuchi, to be enrolled on the national supplier database. So some of this information, I don't know who is going to do it, but we need to educate our people so that they don't really fall victims of the taxation which they may not understand. The man from Masindi, Agambire, he also wants an airport. I heard the man from Masindi somewhere here that you want an airport. You have an international airport here. You can use it as well. Because in the future, this airport is going to help us. For those who want to export, it's not only designed for the construction of the airport and all the projects down there. Afterwards, you from Masindi, you are better off than me from Rukunjiri. You get? Because I would rather go to Entebbe than come here, or maybe go to Kanungu. We have another airport there. But so you from Masindi, you can get, go and supply your things if you have contacts out of the country using this airport. This very airport is the one which is going to help us to bring our players. You have the stadium here. So when you demand another international airport, that is too much for government. Another international airport in Masindi, really, maybe for upgrading the one which is there, the airstrip, the government can listen. It can be upgraded. I think the authorities can think about that. So, to the Echiniga, which I was talking about, which I want you to calm down, please. When you have too much Chiniga, you can meet the Kenyan truck here on the road, and you pelt them with stones. Imo muri bakenya kuseruraki. And there is a business which we can do, itwe the local people. By the way, there is a difference between local content and local. Mukishimanya, local content means all Ugandans can supply. There is also local, itwa bahanu. So when you say somebody from Busoga should not get a job here, maybe I don't know how it is done, but I think jobs are got through competition. Maybe the office messengers, I mean the office attendants, that one is also something that can be looked into. An office attendant should not be somebody who speaks the language which people don't understand. Should be able to juggle between the local language and the English language. So the employers have had, I think that one they will look into it. Not to bring somebody where you go, kubaza runyoro, or kubaza another language. And please, let's desist from naming Urumusoga or Muganda. I'm Mchiga, but I am here serving you. You have some of the other DCs who come from this place serving in other areas. Tinukwo? So echo gambangu no itwe no that thing. Let's be competitive. Let's do as is required because it is a standard. We have no two way about it. And good enough, their offices are going to be very active now. Okutuyamba in making sure we are competitive. If you cannot compete alone, compete when you are three. PDM is helping you on a small scale. We are giving out that money. Don't think it is something that cannot help you. If somebody has 3 pigs and another one has 3 pigs through PDM, you can supply 6. The problem is personalizing, kwenda kusupplying nyenka. Form groups. If you have failed to come to our offices, we shall now go and knock on the doors of these people. Tubagambira mukagambira we do mukatugambira tukore chino our people are failing, come and explain. That is the reason we are here. So I am happy some of you come. But if you really fail, like the lady here who has really failed, we can also ask when we have an opportunity to meet with these people. These are some of the things I felt I needed to clear. Nkubendeze chamshani kirungi nyongenziri. Sorry, I didn't, when we were talking, my colleague from Brisa, Nawashikiri, I'm seated with him. Maybe at some point, because he also has some concerns. Ndugu Sylvester, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Bwana RDC. I want us to stretch. We have sat for a very long time. Kansabe Aboki Lillian at Rabiemu in a few stretching exercises. Very few, Lillian, not for so long. Thank you.
Baboki, Batenyi, Amoti, Akiki, Arali, n'abantu abandi bona. Hati nyowe nk'omwana omunyoro, kikunuma muno bunkubanyizire hano Hoima, tukaija mu Rukurato, hali twina kuhana rundi kubazagana na buli muntu, tulole engeri yitwina goborwamu mu mafuta gano. Mukama wange hali Jessica nkatandika kora nawe in 2019 kandi tubaye ntwija mu bikaro bya mafuta kuruga 2019 nkatandika nkaruga ha university ntamwana yasomeirawo St. Francisco Vasisi mu ba brother nkagenda university nyasoma nya graduating mu 2017 Nyasaba omulimu mu UNOC ntagufune, nyasaba mu Total ntagufune, nasaba mu PAU ntagufune, nyasaba mu UNOC ogwo gukaba mwaka 2018 nuguhwao. And the role yibabaire ba advertising kaba administrative assistant. Bakaba nibende emyaka ebiri yokuba okozere mu mafuta kandi bakaba nibenda abantu 8. Mu bwire obwo I had just the bare minimum 2 years. Bankusobola kubagamba ekyanteire ha shortlist first bakagamba banyoroba engaha abaine emyaka ebiri eyokora. Tukaba abantu 36, 36 in number. Batweta tukole interview. Mu bantu 36, abana bakatwara abantu 7, abasatu tukaba banyoro. Na hanu nkwenda nandibaye nimbatalibaniza. Mukrora abaisiki abaikalire ha reception hali. Aroka bahumuza Vivian mwana munyoro. Aroho Kemihembo Jacqueline mwana munyoro. Abasaija abakutuyamba tuina Kiaruhanga Christopher mwana munyoro waho Kigaya. Tuina Kasaija Steven mwana wa Buhimba. Baitu hati butwija hano nyo aikara kuli nkabanza nyakura mu HR. Mazima buli muntu aina ebitabu byasomere. Nsomere QHS, nsomere BBA, bwokurora omulimo okusobora gukora. Bai abantu abakiro bwing basoma title and the qualification and the work experience. Hati mu UNOC tuina system etaha online. Itwe tibatuletera application our office. Bokuba we want to prevent those biases. Nto omuntu omuboine runde application agihandikire kubi nangu eba system. Hati arohe ebintu bibateeka hansi kandi babiteeka mu bold. 1, you have to they want a certified academic document. That is all A-level na university transcript. Hati kibabanza okora ubagamba certified tikimanyisa nti okasoma wakifuna ekipapula. Kibaba nibamanyisa tuina abantu baingi Kampala ogwo abagenda nasangira nainyo muhulire nasa. Halo omuntu agenda nagamba nkwenda degree ya BBA nibamukolere ekipapula nibamuha nti eno BBA ya Makerere University. Hati kitukusabaga ntugamba kwihamu abo abantu muboine bikaro government byehiremu abantu bokuba bakagamba baina degree bagenda Kiambogo basanga omuntu atainaki degree. Hati kituba ntusaba nti ogende okwate transcript yawe ogikole mu photocopy. Ogende halio buraba wasomeire Kitara, Mandela, Rundi Duhaga. Headmaster wao wa Duhaga atere stamp agambo no mwana akasomera hanu kwe mwana waitu nebine ebipapura byabaleteire byaitu. Omare ogende Makerere na photocopy na original yao. Nabo ba registra bagambe kine ekipapuro omuntu ono kyalesere. Kyaitu kya Makerere kandi tukyesigamaho. Hati eki ekipapura nikyo beta certified copy. Hati egyo copy niyo kwata okateeka mu system. Hati mu HR nkakora mu HR emyaka nayo 5. Boba otaina eki kipapura. Gonzo ina degrees inga, gonzo ina masters, gonzo ina nebosh. Tugamba abantu 10 nubo bateiremu okusaba kwabo. Baitu bantu 13 nubo bafunire certification inti universities zibamanyire rundi na masomero gaba ga secondary gabamanyire. Hatao ni bakwihamu togenda ki mu maiso. Ne bakyora ne bagamba olundi bano abantu bali baingi muno, bali bantu nka 13 abalabira akasenge ejo ako. Ne bagamba hati katukyole Hoima working experience. Abantu abaingi, abantu abamu tibagenda maiso kusoma mirimo ki bagambire yimugenda koraki kukora. Hati ubaba ni basengeja bakwata job description egyo nibagiteeka side by side. Nyombo ine forms abantu buying omuntu natekaho line emu. I've been a national content officer at UNOC, and they stop there. And they are simply in our JD bakugambye tukwena national content officer abaina kora work program, national content program, conducted supplier development workshops. Ebyo byonna bitakozereki bitalimu. Aroho ndi aterewo akagamba binu na binu na binu na binu nibyo nyikaire ninkora. Iwo waline egi baija koraki kwihaho. Hati nosanga hasigaire olundi nk'abantu 10 abo nubo beta bakoleki bakole interviews. Nankono Ronald agambire tuli ba employees 117 na musanju. Manyiroba employee 24 bona baruga hanu Bunyoro, Hoima, Bulisa, Chikube kandi twija hanu ntwirukane emisinde yeoha yomukama run, coronation run. Nekyo tikiri kintu kyonka butugenda kuli gulu batugamba bayimukimanyira amafuta gakusinga obwingi mu Uganda galinoya. Tilenga project niye singa ya mafuta. Inyo Abanyoro bwokuba mwina projects nyingi na abantu Abanyoro bayingi mu bitongole itwe tumutukozereki temutuhaira ogwo mugisa. Nabo ni bagamba itwe tulireyo mwina abantu 6 bonka abaruga mu north, Abanyoro kabali 24. Hati kimbaire nimbasaba itwe nk'Abanyoro tugobairemu muno. Jessica ogu agenda kugambira tugenda kubungira amasomero 25 kutandika kya Mukaga ne tutandikira Masindi, tugende Kikube, tugende Bulisa, tugende Musiti. Tukubungira amasomero tugamba ki basabirege ebitabo ebihyaka ebya syllabus. Bagamba O level syllabus itwe nk'abasomesa tutugikenga n'abaana batukusomesa nabe ebitabo tibakozereki tubabini. Twagamba itwe nk'ekitongole ky'ihanga tugenda kufuna ebitabo eby'abaana byebakozesa mu syllabus empyaka n'ebitabo omusomesa byakozesa okumuyamba okusomesa abaana na syllabus empyaka eno. Nekyakani twagamba tugenda kubaha questions zibabaire ne bahabuza mu syllabus empyaka eno na answers UNEB zebaire ne nihira abantu baina kuhandika bahike. Twagamba nekindi tukwenda tuyamba abaana mu career guidance. Ekizibu hali abantu batakusobola kufuna emirimu mu mafuta rundi tibamanyire ebintu bibakwenda ebitongole bya mafuta gano bibakwenda. Leka tugende mu masomero tusomese abaana tubagambire tubahe na contacts z'abantu abano abafunire emirimu mu oil and gas nuko babatererege. Nikyo okulolera hano twina we are investing in the future under the UNOC education program. Ebyo ebintu tubikozere hano Hoima honka. Rosemary agenda kwija hano, John Mary agenda kwija hano abaze 9. Tukaija hano mu mwaka gwe 2023-2022. Twagenda Kingdom. Twagamba abantu ba Bunyoro bagambire ubagenda Sinoku bageta bataha camp. Rundi bakagenda Tilenga bakuba bingayo gane ebyokulya byabo. Twagamba kale bakwenda standards nizo twina koraki kubegesa nuko bakuguke bahike hagyo standard. Tukafuna sub county 15. Tukakozesa agriculture district officer. Twagenda na Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom aro agriculture coordinator. Buli saza batusindikira abalimi abalimi 3 tukaba n'abalimi 4 mu balimi 4 abalimi 2 bakaba bakazi kandi mwabo bona 4 abalimi 2 bakaba beminyentu youth twabatwara twabegesa wiiki ibiri okulima n'okusupplyinga ebintu ebirungi mu bitongole by'amafuta twamaliza twabaha n'embibo twabateekawo n'abasomesa kwikara ne bababungira mu misiri yaabo mu kukola ebyo byona abamu bagoborwamu twafunamu abantu 5 abakugukire bakora faamu zaabo zahika mutindo ogukora twagamba nk'ekitongole tutugenda balekulira twabagulira equipment John Mary agenda kwijja kugambe omusiri gwaye guli mechanized right now kandi talinuwe wenka hati kimbaye nengamba borabo takusobora goborwamu kangambe mu mafuta ofunira omulimu haroho ebintu ebindi byokusobora goborwamu nyo skala isonyowe yakoraga BAT nkafuna skala mu BAT ntakole mu BAT by obukugu bubampaire nubwo bondesere mu kitongole ki butukuha skala tubantukwa nikyorora biro bintu tutukyagaba scholarship eziri mu oil and gas honka bokuba tukimanyire nti nywena timugenda kuba muki mu oil and gas tukubaha skala mu different fields nuko be competitive ekikusingayo obukulu tukwenda osome ofune omulimu hona halora abogufunire nuko imukye eka yawe nekicweka kyawe nuko tugende maiso nk'ihanga lyaituki bunyoro ati mbaire nimbasaba bumuraba ne mutusalire omusango mutugusalire itwe nka UNOC tubakoleire ki kandi kiraha kitulemere kubakora togenda tusalire omusango ogwa total bokuba ite tutuli total togenda tusalire omusango gwa sinoko bokuba tutuli sinoko togenda tusalire omusango gwa ECOP bokuba tutuli ECOP hali nkubaliza hano ba liaison officers baitu baikara radio hano mbahura haspice ni bagenda radio 7 ni bagenda BBC bana banyoro mukondo Sandra wobusobozi Sandra kasomera hali duhaga ya rubatagana rabo white kinkubagambira ntingo arabanyoro abandi abataize bakesobora nti bafunira mu mafuta banyonkora nabo manyire kibafuniremu nanyo nkubagondeze ebirungi bakinkubasaba mukingura emitima yanyu mutuganyire hali tusobeze kandi mutwikirize mutuha omugisa okuterekereza ebitongole ebindi ebyamafuta bikozereki kubi nikyo nayo tugambye tugenda kufuna ekicweka kyaitu kasurubani twetoleza amafuta gaitu nkaba nayo nk'ekitongole kyaki kya Uganda nuko mutujunane nka UNOC refinery bweratandika mutujunane nka UNOC kabale bweratandika mutujunane nka UNOC bwokuba okwo nuho twina obusobozi bogamba tugaba omulimo tugaba contract n'ebintu ebindi tilenga tali nitwe sinoku tali nitwe ngira hati ngerezeho kubasobora tikwe kale hati mbaye nimbasaba twemere tu stretching nukwe twetekaniza DJ some music you're going to stretch tugenda ku stretching abasigazi batahi bange nkubarora musigaire hajati osibire muno kyalero volume kantakura volume tukole tweet atutuhini mukondeza olukurato lugende maiso kurungi. Nsigaire omwana wanyu wa Bunyoro, Liliana Aboki.
Thank you so much, Lillian. At this moment, I want to invite Obangonza kutangira Omukuru Fred Musinguzi, chairperson wa Bunyoro Business Club, aije abeho nobugambo bututo bwagya kutugamba kurabo mu presentation ye. Naija bamutere omungalo.
Ibara lyange Fred Musinguzi, company yange bageta muka investment, tukora emirimo nyingi kyonko kutwekulembeza gwagwo kwombeka kandi tuina club yaiti ya Bunyoro Business Club apa muhano mugimanyire. UNOC enyeserege hano mbaze muhamuna inywe olugendo rwange nkokurubayire olwa Magita. Abatakumanya Runyoro muranganyira, those who don't know Runyoro, I will summarize in English because what I'm saying you already know. Nkatandika mpora ninsomera Kyambogo obunyamazire nyafuna omulimo Minister of Education na Kyambogo na MUBS. Leita Nyarugayi nataka kwekozesa. So omukwekozesa slide yange yes mukitairo mwebale. Tukabanza kufuna trading license ya company. So tukafuna USB registration certificate. Tuafuna trading license. Tuwa registering na PPDA, URA, oko tuafuna TIN number, tuafuna VAT number. Right now tusasura na payee emisoro imukuhure egyo. Twa registering na NSSF kantu agara ko registering na National Supplier Database ya Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Kandi tuli ba member ba Uganda Association of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors. Ebintu bino byona bimbubo inaho a company yange ya muka investment eisaine nko omwana wotwara isomero. Habaki nkubaza ebigambo bino. Busaye kintu kyokoraho ekyotajja kuteeka musente. Baitu kandi togya kuinamya omutindo gwa Magita okabagamba nyowe kintinkina kantingi akikozesa. Mpaka ohambirizibwa iwe kuimukya omutindo gwawe. Omuisomo limu Mr. Osisi akagamba nti oil and gas is not a local commodity. It's an international commodity. So it can never be lowered in its standards because it is sensitive in nature. In case of any problem, the catastrophe could be too much. That's why the standards are always high. There's no you can bend them low. Next slide. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll do it myself. Turabira mu kutendekebwa kwingi. Okutendekebwa kwingi kuno kankubazeho nti otwagenzera mu national conference emu nkasangayo Mr. Jimmy Otowa. Habwira obona akora Stanbic Bank. Jimmy Otowa yatugambira ekampuni ezimu ezitakoreka kurungi ezaachwiremu kwe blessing kusoma zatandika kufunamu. Abantu bakandi bagenda kulya kya musana nyowe nkasigala ni musemberera nyamugamba I would want to train also. How can you support me? Immediately yangamba ndole her assistant who recruited us twatandikira ku training in cohort 5. Habiro obwo nkaba ninkora n'omugenzi wange abairo hano ali mu into media bamweta Kanyesi Johnson. Habiro tukantukora hamu. Era no ya training most of the documents no ya situngira mabara guy and I'm sure it did him good to move on. Automatic training am Stanbic incubator twagala kwa training by UNOC. UNOC trained us, SINOC trained us into enterprise development, E360 under Total, now we're training into skills and proposal writing. Twakia to training to be trained by Total under LMS certification. There are 3 standards, that is ISO 9001 2015 ya quality management. Twaya training occupational health and safety, harmony environment management. Ebintu ebyo bikaba funded by Total, kandi Total nebikora kutukuonyera itwe nkaba local contractors kururangu twatembya omutindo gwaitu okutukoraho ki emirimu yaitu. Ekyo twakimazire ijwezi tradingirwe haliyo industrial enhancement center ekatekebwaho government. Government eno nerengaho kusindikiriza aba licenses, company zine ziba high license kuiha magita zibasindikiriza muno kurora nti batukonyera kutuha amagezi. Hati industrial enhancement center egyo haliyo so many trainings ezokusobola genda okakoraki okafuna amagezi. Baita ebintu bino byona binkugambira oyina kwata omukasawo kenyuma hano habukuba bikira nyembegere Kampala oku oyina kusponsoring abakozi obasasula accommodation bagende batending those workshops niko bagaluleki amagezi omukampuni kuno nyemerere kubaza harugendo rwange obola orundi hakubekerereza n'ekyo kutunga kuruga nyebinda biremu. Then twina abakozi abatusindikire mu VTIs, vocational training institutes. No musindike yagenda asome niko agalula amagezi nka omukampuni yawo. Then tubaire na trainings, tubaire na sponsorships ezindi from oil companies nizituhereza slots kutwala abakozi baitu koraki kwega. Experience kyange kirikita rundi bike binkozereho niko nayo rundi bisobole kuoleka hali tutabire. Omulimu gwetu gwokubanza mu oil and gas gwa na Talo Oil. Talo Oil kaba negya kuombeka Kiehoro Health Center negya kutekaho an OPD. By the time I quoted for the work, I never had a necessary for interview to question me, how are you going to handle the environment issues and this, and I would ask myself, environment maybe they're talking about driving on the dusty roads. My goods then because I them I'm up an HSE policies in my company. That journey has not been short, it has been long. Another experience, Nyakora Noranto Petroleum, I think omwana w'omukano ndi mu boino hano ali witness muri mo kapeke twagise utabara baramburwaga abasinok so hasati wezi wakampabuza I had some PPEs reserved for visitors. So when they came to site, I told them, I can't allow you to my site unless you put on these safety gadgets. And it earned me some marks. And the man said, can you note his contacts? He comes at Sinok, we work with him. So that's how now I went to supply those solar water heaters at Kingfisher. They gave us a tender. It was only for 21 days to go and supply and install solar water heaters because they had some Chinese who were coming in, they wanted hot water and the old ones had grown old. So, Nihonkusimira, my bank, Equity Bank. I ran to Equity Bank. I said, look guys, there's a hot cake here. Can you quickly support me? And within a week they had given me funds and I ran to Davis and Shatliff and I quickly did the job in 20 days, not 21 days. So that was another 2 well sites. They were around 5. I will show you the photos down. And we did a good job. We were inspected by PAU, by Ministry of Energy, and they appreciated our work. We also we supplied concrete beams. Pipes as brand batwalezo, they are not placed on the soil, on the ground. Babiteka bikulikyo byananka kambyete bikulikyo abanyone ko tubiyeta. So they were concrete beams. Haliba sittingaki those pipes. Our concrete beams that we supplied as UNOC, from the supervisors, they said these are the best so far we have ever received. Otherwise, the previous suppliers had not done a job as good as the one I did. So it was appreciated. And I have all the completion certificates for all the projects I'm talking about. Tuakiwa to renovating again Camp Yambegu. By then, UNOC, I think, was in plan to hand it over to UNOC. And I think some of the supervisors, I have seen them around. Then we also fabricated containers at Kingfisher. They were funded by UNOC again, and they were supervised also by PAU and Ministry of Energy, and our work was appreciated. That was even better than whatever had been down there. As it is at the drilling yard, they never had the workers never had where to sit, so that work was also appreciated. Then right now we have got a running project. We have fabricated and installed mark stones to mark off the wall pads and the floor lines in the Tlenga, and we did our work within time. And right now we are just doing some repairs, because when Sinopec was laying pipes, it damaged some of our poles. So we are winding up the repairs on those small damages. Otherwise, we have also done some other works with other companies. I started directly into not the licensees. Like now we have Devon's Nutrition. They came to do some piggery and maybe do sausages to supply oil and gas. We are privileged to have done them the feed mill and the warehouses. Halime kampuni ezindi ezikwenda kuja kukora muno kyonka ziba nizeetaaga kampuni eziri ha mutindo. Okusasula emisolo kulungi. Kiro kimu one company ekaija mu revenue nesaba kampuni. We want a company that pays taxes. And they picked me. So when they picked me, the company is called Hans Engineering. Bumper, they gave me to fence of 77 acres. And I fenced it off. Right now I'm even benefiting from them because they wanted that fence to be protected. But when they contacted the security companies, they were very expensive. They asked me, can't you locally train a few boys? And I said, I can. So right now we earn monthly for keeping their fence, and as we also do some small digging in it to get some food out of it for the workers. So basically there are other companies around that have seen us on the NSD and given us work. They have contacted URA and given us work. Some of our boys have even, these are the achievements. We have gained knowledge from the industry. It's true that we are ignorant about the laws of Uganda, but through the IOCs, we have actually been awakened to understand that Uganda has got good laws in terms of labor, the industry and whatever, but it has been a learning experience. So right now we are not doing bad. It's a source of income. We have gained experience. We have gotten a certification. We have got the visibility. I think at SARS in Alinkubaliza, nina appointment letter from Honorable Dr. Kaduchu, Minister of Education, and I was appointed as one of the board members for Buhimba Technical Institute, and the visibility has been gotten from some of the things we do. Then we have gotten most of our employees, people who join my office. It's like a school, I may call it. Boys who have come to my place, they have finished university, they have got their diplomas. There is a lot of literature that they have read from my EHS policies. And they have moved on with many projects. I have got people who have been absorbed in Total, in UNOC. I have got my brother here also, he can stand up for recognition. He trained for a certification and is working now at the airport. I have got an engineer working in Total, he was my engineer. UNOC has contacted me for workers down there and I've recommended them because some of our projects are seasonal. So they keep on going and I keep on onboarding. So that is all development to our community and to us as a company. We have got a lot of apprenticeship and interns who have benefited from our company and they have moved on. So we are proud as MUCA that we have benefited and our workers have also benefited. This is, as I wind up, this is an appreciation. It's true that we may not be given. This is my personal observation, that if you compare oil and gas in Uganda and in other countries, Uganda has tried to put an enabling environment to see us participate. A local company to go on the oil well, where there are those high pressure valves. Yes, I didn't touch them, but we were working, they entrust you to go and work around it. Okay, kiri kintu ekikuimika omutindo gwawe omukumanya. Nkwenda mtunulire how the policies have been formulated. Now I'm looking at PAU and the government, the delayed FID and the learning experience we went through. Look at the quarterly engagements that are mandatory, that all IOCs should come and update us. That's where we have picked a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. Kanu kankabazo mulunyo batakahura. Obutujjo workshops muno habamu okulya runo okunywa na allowance otali bitunura. Hata bani ba presentinga iyo tandika kulinguzo hako bazaki. Hata balani bagenda kulikulya iyo garuka kuno aroba jumpora aboke wabeli galao. Obali bagenda kukora moti nyagamba dora akusise kintu. Iwe garuka ampora kuno Madam Jessica mugamba Madam Jessica. So I don't have experience, I can't kange kanu. That's how they network. Hamuzi indaroha nuwabaze bisongo irola gamba hogo oba wakitingumanya ako kange nko muntu hakwaje binkatungire byona. That's how we do it. Bakanyita national television of the country to go and present. That was UNOC. I was with Matthew. So when we were going for lunch, I sat near him. I said, Matthew, it's good you have called me, but I want to work. I have been bidding, I don't get. What's the problem? Can you give me the boys, they explain to me my weaknesses? He connected me to one of them and he said, here you went wrong. Here you went wrong. Put right here and here. I went back to put right. And that's how I was able to get a pass mark and be able to do what? To supply. So kano kale nkokuwetera kulaba mukazi ndaro. Nti emirimo eriyo. Kyonka approach zaitu. Ekyo kimwe kya kabiri. Haleki tueta multiplier effect. Hati nyo nkusobole ndi tier 1 contractor from a licensee, okay? Hata unambele tier 1 contractor from a licensee. Haliyo nenyuma kuna emirimu yokugaba. Nabala abokulora abo balina abakugabira abandi. Oja kwesanga ituna tabaire tier 1 contractor, run tabaire license, baitu haroho a trickle down effect. At some point, position yourself. Hatinka ikara nyagamba kampuni kinu kikugambira the food of thought. Nyagamba ato kuombeka kuno ukura aho togia koraki. Nyagamba airport ene iziri. Hano nyine itakali hansa engineering nkulirinda tibakutanikire kukora. I decided to put there 100 goats. Immediately in January. Why? A goat can produce 2 in 6 months. Another 2 in 6. I mean, we need to diversify. Airport, what are they going to take? To organizing a tokurangu to ascending a fruit site to a hero. Or when you are Uganda, Kim and Dizekyu. How can we come together? Kurangu to tapping into those facilities. So these are some of the things I did out Katulimbeko camp. That is the Kingfisher. Those are the containers we did. We renovated. We were in a toolbox talk. And here, UNOC was inspecting our works. The other side, we were installing the solar water heaters. Those are the concrete beams where they placed those pipes you see being taken. But they took them to Kingfisher. Now that's the oil well, and that's the kind of fencing we did. At first they had chain link around, but it was vandalized, and the old heads were at risk. So we put that kind of fencing, which is more durable. That's the Telenga work. Those are the mark posts we have been putting around the floor lines and the well pads. These are the ISO certifications that we received. That's one of my co-directors receiving that certificate, and that's all. Summarizing it to you gentlemen and ladies, our bosses, our employers, I was just showing them my journey of oil and gas and how I've been committed to making sure that the way I take a child to school is they have been sponsoring my team and whatever to make sure that we tap into this resource. And again, now we are rolling into diversifying. Now, when the other works are over, down, how would we still benefit from the facilities around? For God and my country, I wish you well.
Wale muno Mr. Musinguzi. Habukurokoro bwire ngonza kweta Mr. John Vianney aije nawe atoe his story, success story. There is hope. Abanyoro hope kia roho tuna just kora na man kororangu to maximizing these opportunities. Mr. John Vianney Rwakaikara, please come and share your journey with us. Thank you.
Abanyoro n'abanyorokati mwasiba humuta amabara nkuko babagambire banyita Rwakaikara John Mary Vianney ndi munyoro kaswa mwejukuru kabalenge. So mbatangirire muno hano habo kuija hamukore guno kiba kirongi muno bohura amahore nkagana urundi bohura amahore gakwatagana hakusomesebwa kuona oiruko ikeyo kubaho taine ekyokumanya tikiba kintu kirungi baitu libogenda no chabura yuga kam omuyiguto no koraki no guruga na abantu nkaite tukazara tokurubata baita kino kyaleke ntukuyiruka tuli ham. So nenkurakurana nukweta hetyo nyonji comparinga muno na obomezi bw'omuntu kuruga lotandikira nozarwa noyajura norubata notanga kuyiruka. So naito hano nka banyoro mukintu kinu kya oil and gas nuko kirikityo hoiroho kugamba ngo abamu twina rone tuli ambitious kubola no gamba kitulekere ito tulinka turakigurukira tuta tuli ham baita kintu kirikyokwata ampora nkabagambye abamu kubagambire haiguru hano ngo gezao kurora habukwata ibintu byate bikafuka bya networking urabolaho utaina iwolinga mbanyinka toino muntu wena wokubaza nawe tokwenda kufuna mahure olimuka ola TikTok ataka ya smartphones tukuikaraga TikTok bire bona toja kufuna mahura kagenda kuyamba toja kufuna ekigenda kugasira tuli ham. So nkabanyiro tuja complaininga muno but ekizibu kinaita basigaza ukana nyoni musigazi kyonka ndi mulimi but bokondorosa agamba ndima tuli hamu so eri ntekereza era nhawo kwenda kutandikira ngu nyowe ndi mwikazi wa Masindi ndi omu habalimi 40 abakomerwemu kusoma rundi kwega kuongera kukugurwa omwebyo ebyo kwenda ku training no skills endimi nungi ey'omutindo nuko gamba standards eza kusupply ngaki oil and gas so kuqualify nga kujja mbali 40 abo batansanga trading center nkwasira omunsaho rundi nkwasira kachupa ka kumbucha ninywa ndaho mukuzungazunga. In fact, allow networks organization is easy mpora akukanyonka bandi muntu akweyiya nindimaga vegetables zange nintunda masini main market mpora mulingo guchonka nyina omulingo nkorama ebintu byange akwa nkaba organized kuruga university nkakisomangu borano enda emigisa. There is a way you should position yourself. Don't just position yourself like others. If you are a footballer and you're a striker and you expect a good cross from a midfielder or a winger and you want to score a goal as a good striker and earn yourself a name or a goal, there's the way you should position yourself against a defender. You don't just stand with a defender anyhow. There is a way you must position yourself. So, nenkura kurane nukuere etio. So, nanyo mulingo ogo. Nina mulingo na position ngire kara, ninkora bintu byange organized. Ndi mulimi, ntaine mulimi from any organization, baitu ninkora bintu byange by'omutindo. Hati when my district farm organization Madifa, akwa nkaba already registered member in a very local organization called the Poverty Warriors Community-Based Organization. From campus back to the village, and I register myself as a member in a community-based organization. And I start growing my tomatoes, my vegetables, and all these spices. So this is how I get an opportunity from Madifa, calling me for a workshop, for a training to represent the district, because they had already been supervising my work. I'm here doing vegetables. Can you come and see my work? Where am I going wrong? What am I doing? Is it right? Is it bad? Correct me. Mukuro kwa hiyo. Tikigenda kusanga ola TikTok yawe, a smartphone ya munju, all locked yourself there. Kigenda kusanga oharugudo, ebase kusanga rugudo norubata ola stage no kuteraki. Nogamba stop, hey, ngenda Kampala. Can you take me? Ketegereze. Tekuhiro munju yawe na mbere kozere kiorara. Tuinakutegereza kuongea bintu bino. Emigisa tugichura kyonka tuinakumanya omulingo tuinakoraki kugitapinga. Tuketegereze. So from my district twaja training tukamaro those 2 weeks twa trained very well banyongera mabukugu. Nkaba nintekereza ngo ebinyene rule binyeri ya university bikumara. Abako abantu bakirwenye ba graduates. You think you are everything from campus. But kagena kwesanga ngu alebi kabana bimbram. So I got the training yanyongera mu bukugu obukumara mu vegetable gardening era kuihobo omulingo nkora me bintu byange biri byenyawukana muno nyamanya kiki nsemerera kora dihi sahazinga bigimusa kiki nsemerera kwa ninkozesa kale omubufunza nizo zitukata standards of supplying oil and gas kandi kino kyaweken nizire kuzisharinga na inywe omufunze nuko musobole koraki kuzetegereza baitu kokunga bagambire ogwa kura na yenda kuongera kukuguka akwanya usazin training bya hoire nkaba among the top 5 abasonsire mu bantu 40 abukoba obutwatwere embibo zinu za UNOC ya sponsoring nazo through Stanbic Business Incubator twagenda twabikora baitu nkwenda kukakaza timlanti mukutere toko abantu bakarugombi choka byanyoko abakomera 40 obaizire batu hembibo batu hawo bintu ntubimwe na bintu agenda baitu mbantu 40 ayinka 20 abiri batabibyale They did not plant. They ate them, they sold them. And these are our people, need to weigh, need to banyoro. Tuliham. Oiro iwe, maybe mugisa gubiguli, otakimanyangu na angogo. Niwe yafunile mbibezo, as very supported by UNOC. Kuja practice inga, bini baku tusonse ya kusupply inga mu oil and gas. Practice segeta and kile, maybe iwe otakimanyangu ogo niwe yafunile mbibezo. Ya isisa sisa, tiabite kamungora, hatisa azinu, na mbero kuruka mdistrict yawe, omuntu okutaina hala kubonika. Tuliham. Baiti ye system katandika, ka ababitere munkora, twarabamu. In fact, as we speak now, abantu abatano out of still 20 tukachoa twasunsurwa twafuna support za irrigation system. Abantu bainga hali 20 so kiri kukora amani, kiri kuteka ho mutima nokurango eburayi support ekuhairwe wajikozaki kurungi. So esa zino hati ekyantele banazanga na nyonko muntu nkabanyine challenge ya irrigation. Saa zino hati nyina irrigation. Nyina bitu binkuturukia ni nkoraki ni ntunda. Well and good. We are on track with the UNOC Stand Big Business Incubator kuongera kutukugura hanali kutrojestinga ha national database gundi. But tikikumanyisa angu hati tinkura send. Amagezi gabampaire already I'm earning from that knowledge. Okay, that's but plans are underway. Okura angu twaikira kimu hakiri. Nikyo kurule sazin omuli mugwange guliki. Nkusomesa abantu na Hoima muno nyinamu abantu aba contact farmers nko abankora nabo ku sensitizing a community. Mase ndoko nsomeseze na atini nkusomesa Hoima ndi nkusomesa part za kikube kuno ndi nkusomesa nyina some contact persons abampikiraho ni bamubalezinga abantu ni sokwa ni nkoraki ni basomesa. For example, I think Masindi developing the Kuruga family yange. I've expanded this system to other people. I think ati ninaho na mbele tuku constructing a demonstration. Yokuongera kusomesa uga abantu kugali ya magezi gano ga yono kikutoka muki send. Nuko nyenkya tuwika kutanka kusupply ngaki oil and gas as a group because nyonye nka gozi nyefena magezi gano. Tinkusa tingina capacity nyo muntu omu hafamu yange kuturukia the tons and tons is a supplier araba na koraki na yitaga. So I got knowledge mwenye kuba mwenye capacity kusupplyinga in tons because supplier bara kwa contract waweza contract ajagamba every week I want I want maybe 50 tons of tomatoes, I want 100 tons of sweet pepper, urundi vitu nkebi nyoro akaikara tingina capacity ya farm yanga kuturuki yaki those tons. So what I've done is kurorango nyabombalezi nyamobelezi ngabali. So mulingo ogo Masindi nyinayo abani mbakwa okana baitu hana laba izireho kuboleko bukakafungu yinokekora UNOC is in the community but ebintu bimwe biri demand driven. Mkitegereza. So nyinaho omugurusi wange Sabiti oimukoha abantu bakorole nabali nabamu abatandike kwegera demonstration center yawe. Mubarazere omugurusi ogo aina demonstration center chonka giteka masente wenka. Mkitegereza. In fact ebintu bikiro bingi byona bigwa ne sente. Habukanya wo muguze ndokwa eza kubyara farm yamu. Mkitegereza. So ibono gambangu you want free things, you will not get anything. Ebintu bibyo kwerwanira tuli hamu ebintu bibyo kora na amani. So Hoima na Madam Josephine abali maba kiro bengi Hoima na banku mobilizinga. Madam Josephine all around. I think atrukirem. So nka Madam Josephine ogali mulimisa wa chikuboko nalweyo noko nyina abalimi abantu training a seriously mu vegetables, tomatoes, sweet peppers na Hoima muno na I think awali alimulimi wa hano Hoima. so masini nyina groups zikwa okona, but this is just a sample. Ndesere bake kubaka kasango emirimo egenda omaiso. So mutagwaki entima hoiro ekyo nakora nko mukuru arugira an kwagambire. Bokuba oyizire hano ofuna mugisa gwa amani. Abakiro wenga tujambe ntunka binu tufa kuli ano kunywa. Chonka abakura bayizire hano banywane bamugezigezi. Abaganda bo bakatukiramu bagamba bera komi yaye katono. Chonka ite kuna banyiro butubure kigambo miyaye tugamba ogo agamba musuma tuli hamu kwa akimanyisa bera bamu mugezigezi katoito borobo ine nankuga kubaza kintu kino mwekwate borobo ino la gamba ati kwatagana nawe deka kora ki kumwehara nkaito enkora yetu yabanyoro boro mutali kuongo mwehara nikikola tegizibu boro muntu agamba kino nga aba kutuyiba tuli hamu. So nuko gamba standards zinu ziroho chonka zire in detail tinkusa kuisome sano in detail nkakora ki nkazimara zikwetagisa obwire nikyo kurabora boliyoko oli kitebe kyabalimi rundo muri balimi mwe kozeremu group munyete ngena kubereza contact number yange hano mbasomese tuteka ine mu byaro baitu okwo kandi obonyeje okwo mba mubutu satandi mukasini okwo njandi mbutusi nyina ovuro yange nimbasomesa kurungi tunyumia nimwetekeza kintu kigenda kita borano yenda kuchigurukira bugurukira ojoja kikara mnayo okihule chonke target yoneri kurangu twafuna abalimi abayingi abakusa kusupply ngaki omubwingi nuko twanke gobora muki omukintu kino so muleke kupapa muneki ngule noiro mufuneki amagezi rundi amahura gakwetagisa. So just ngenda koro highlight ya standard zin baitu in detail nja kueleza contact yange njemba somese nke bitebe rundi nka abantu mu groups zani. So so butabere nitusoma ho mu Stanbic Business Incubator standard yokubanza bagieta rundi kankibaze mu runyoro akwa abantu bakana complaininga emitendera yake kiro mu Ruganda emitendero tuli hamu emitendero yokusupplyinga rundi emitendero yokuturukya ebyokulya ebiri hamutindo go kusupplyinga mu katale kaki ka mafuta niyo nkusomesa abantu omu community kandi omufunze rundi omubugufugufu omutendera go kubanza guli good agricultural practice so aho tukutunura muno ebintu omulingo otekanza mu musiri gwawe tujja kubi abamasa kugaya ebintu bino but nibyo musajja nabena tugambira those are the standards tunura muno mulingo okutekaniza mu musiri gwawe endima yawe hafamu aho eri mulingo ki olimire ota obyere ensigo zikusana zita atingo mu kintu kya oil and gas skin erenkora itukora mu kusaha otere round up otemeze bintu egetekora butuga uko munsi oina kuli munsi kurungi butuga uko munsigo oina kubyara ensigo ziri potted seedlings atinke nyanya ebintu nkebyo vegetables oina kubyara potted vegetables potted seedlings titukumanaga kandi na nembibo zitukurecommending abo kwembibo zanye zimene zimu tizikozereke tizikumatchinga no butale buno na standards butale buno akwabuzira zitinke nyanya ron sweet pepper tujja kuija iyo limiro California wanda yawe nka sweet pepper bogitwara mu stores zwa constructing warehouses bilo bibiri itangeye koraki kufotoka tekusa kuba abo ebiro bibiri bisatu bina aba week etakabere kuba consumed so tuna varieties ezituku promoting mukintu kino ni information yabantu bakumisinga out mukintu kino because iyo agenda olimero bintu byawo kujogambe nkabirima bakanga koraki kubitwara almost standards bakoraki ezakutunura so tulina mulingo tukorame bintu ebyo omukugesa omukwahura so tukwetaga omulimi ali mu system nkeno abe na irrigation system nkege nkibagambege maiso oko prego mukuru na kibaza hano ngo akasupport kalija maiso oko baite era kalija halabe kambi kalija halaba batandikire tuli hamu akakuyamba okurango wakuraki itu tukazifuna but nayo jakafuna bamugumisiza katoyito kakusa kuyamba kuturukia kumara omwaka gwona chonga kitiki kutanga naye kuba nosagwa ugakawa katoyito akakusa kusupportinga kutandika kuturukia mpora season in season out. So then mu korene ya agricultural practice tukwetaga omuntu obena okosa bigimusa ebire organic. Ebigimusa ebyo biroho bokwa no byetaga contact nja kukibahereza nuko bikisole kuyamba ebimera bya ukoraki kukura kurungi abokuba kine kintu kirumu quality boko takosa bigimusa no korene nkora yaiteri olimire ebintu bona bunyalirire ujja supplying anka bana bakwetaga ebintu bakwenda ebintu biri quality ati boraba liniwo omuntu yejuma ebintu bya fertilizers nyote nkosa fertilizers rondiki chikwanza toja kumachinga kurungine system enu so oja kwa nokosa muna manures na organic fertilizers ezo so ogo guliguma amtendero okutukuta good agricultural practice ogwa kabiri guli food safety. Nuko gamba ebyokulya byaitu enkwata y'ebyokulya byaitu tubikwata tuta tuli hamo kulinda obuyonjo rundi omulingo tukwata ebyokulya byaitu so tulina tukweta site history management abangi enyuma haho mubaira amahure mwaka guhoire nimurora kiteze kyabere kiteze kuli tuli hamu mukaba kichweke kyomulingo kya bomokere kya kasasiro kyatagamiza abantu abayingi awo obere gale niyo obere otera kafamu kawe akichoka nkekyo okutekereza borobe ina target ku supplyinga katale ka mafuta kikubera kyangu habwaki kichoka kya kasasiro enswera obuchafu byona birinkaha birawo so bokuba na ogenda kutekereza ku supplyinga katale ka mafuta kora milimo yawo no supplyinga katale ka oil and gas ebichoka nkebyo oina kuyetegereza hanu kikolerwawo buyonjo bulobo kumara nuko hale bichoka nkebyo tulinaho ezitukweta ensigo zitukozesa abayingi muri itwe mu mutego nugwenkwata yebyokulya tugera nitubyara embibo ezirwaire nogana for example noteme biti bya muhogo mwananka mwasabiti bikarwaraira noja no bireto wawe no bibyara kimaisa olesereke ndwaire yonka olesere bizibu bya byolinka obonayo kutagetinga kutunda mukatale kake ngolitunda yo muhogo ate litunde birwaire ujjo rwaza abantu kuno niye muhansonga buko abwake ebintu bibi kwangibwa mukitegereze so ebintu nkebino bitugeza bingeza okusomesa mu community rundi buli busonga butututu omuntu kusakuroza maiso ukakoraki baitu kandi nibwo obukuru nibwo bukura byaho tuli hamu so tuinaho tukweta chemicals rundi obutwa ebyokulya tukusupplyinga kuno mu katale kaitu ka mafuta tugenda tukuavoidinga muno obutwa rundi gukwa guli mubazi leka kurekomendinga omuntu abikenga kurungi nuko takakoseze ukakwata rocket ya ukatero mbimera utakufunaki obuzibu nabana bakusupplyinga kuno bakaja bakakuletera ki obuzibu so ebintu biri bingi baitu tujja kubantu meetinga mu communities oko nitukoraki nitongera kubichenchura ibe kikuru fune namba yange ngenda gisoma saa zino nuko otegereze borano ochura ekyaro kyawo nyenkia kufuka urundi mweba suppliers mukatale ka mafuta mukwetagisa kumanyaki tuli hamu so kamba somere namba yange 0 anana musanju 22 0 isatu 0 musanju 82 anana musanju 22 0 isatu burawa nobere MTN na Airtel ndo 0 musanju 02 96 95 36. Aho jakwano bazana John Mary nasura kutendeka ebinge bikizireho ebimbalizano mu bwijwire mbasimire muno mwebale muno kumpuliriza nekiro kindi mwije enamba yesimu Airtel 0702 9695 36. Mwebale muno.
Mwebale muno Mr. Rakaikara for sharing your story. UNOC omwezi kuba gwa katano May ina program ya John Mary ya trainingirwe tukigarukamu mwezi gwa katano na Stanbic Incubator. So obuturataho advert mu applyinge mbwingi mwije musome na enye mutunge mitindo nke ya John Mary. At this moment, I'd like to invite UNOC's Chief Operating Officer to give her remarks and officially close today's engagement. Ms. Samantha Muhwezi, you're highly welcome.
Thank you, Brian. Let's give a hand clap for our MC. He's done a very good job. Thank you, everyone, but first and foremost, the district and city leadership represented here today. I also ask for your indulgence. Let me thank the UNOC team, who has done an extraordinary job. A lot of work goes into the setup behind it, even from our Kampala offices, as you mentioned. So thank you to the UNOC team. Thank you to the Ministry of Energy and represented here, to the Petroleum Authority as well for coming to support us in our supplier development workshop. And then to everyone gathered here, really thank you for your time, your attention, and your interest in UNOC's projects and in the sector as a whole. And we really do appreciate the genuine feedback. We've taken it on board. I believe our partners, PAU and the ministry, have also taken it on board. And we'll improve, we'll do better. The industry is still new, relatively new. Total Energies has been around for 100 years. UNOC has just made 8 years. So we're doing well. I'm just here to report that we're doing well. Where the standards being set for national content in the oil and gas sector are not only being benchmarked and copied by other sectors. I'm sure some of you have seen the adverts for the Uganda mining company. The ministry wants them to do exactly what we've done in the oil and gas sector, to achieve the levels of national content we've achieved, the level of value we've achieved for our country at employment level and also from the companies. We recently had a delegation from Ghana coming to benchmark again from the Petroleum Authority and from the National Oil Company, because we are really about to avoid the oil curse, and I would say that we have already. We've shared value with our communities. We've learned, and knowledge and technology has been transferred to Ugandans. Ugandans have enormously built their capacities, and our long journey to first oil has really been worth the wait. So I would encourage you to remain interested, to take heart. I think the big takeaway today is you can go further together, okay? You can go quickly on your own, but if you want to go further, please talk to each other. Use these workshops, these engagements, not only as an opportunity to receive some updates on the projects from us and our partners, but also to talk and engage with each other. It's very difficult to say no to 5 Ugandan companies who've come together for a particular bid. The regulator would find it very difficult to sign off on an international company doing that work. But continue to report, continue to tell us how to improve, and please continue to support our projects with your interest, with bidding for work, with applying for the projects. We are on the journey to first oil, and it's imminent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, COO. Tijine kiokongera musomo bagukingire hati kugenda kulia nikyo kyonka. There's a team that is supposed to be distributing coupons. Alaba ina kugaba coupons za lunch. Obaba Raha. Vivian, where are our coupons? Then nekindi habobwire ebikaguze bihandikirwe tujja kubigarukamu hati but tujja kwikara hanu tujja kubaho boraba ohandikire kaguzo kyawe oje tugarukemu so mwebale muno. Hello, serving points, the Miruni.